evening. Excuse me. This is a meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commissioners sitting as the Community Redevelopment Agency, Thursday, September 22nd, 2022 at 4:15. And I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I'd like to ask the mayor to please lead in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks. Okay, I'd like to have approval of the minutes of the August 18th, 2022 meeting.
Well, it's all consent.
All of those items are consent if you wish.
Consent, I'm sorry. Okay. Any comments on the consent agenda?
I don't have any, but I don't know if anybody wants to talk about it. Staff want to talk about any of the individual grants. I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I did.
Okay, Commissioner Cooley?
So we have one for 211 South 3rd Street. And this one was kind of unusual because the person doing the landscape install, it's like a self-funded project. There's not a landscaper involved on that. And that was a concern because if we're going to be involved in purchasing all the shrubbery and everything, I don't think it's ever been done where a landscaper wasn't used, at least to my knowledge. There was either two options, either the citizen, like we supplied all the material as part of that, or if they couldn't install it, then they would hire a landscaper. This one's kind of different. I know Karen and I had some discussion on it. Karen, I don't know if you have any thoughts on like precedent or what we should do in that scenario.
Sorry, wanted to make sure I was on. Not that I need it. That I recall, and Jane, you were around at the time too, we've never approved the landscaping grant where we actually agreed to pay for the person that's putting it in per hour. If the owner wants to put it in themselves, then that's fine. But the only ones that I recall were always with a landscape person. I did do a little bit of research to find out how much landscapers actually make. I looked at the FEMA website for their volunteer work because during disasters they pay a certain amount. But when I looked on that website, they pay whatever the average is for the area for that particular job. So the average in our area is $13.82 per hour. Now, if a landscaper is actually bidding a job and including the shrubbery in the bid, then for shrubs, it's $25 per shrub. So that includes their labor plus the shrub. So that's the only information I was able to come up with. Like I said, that I recall, we've never done this.
Yeah,
and I don't know if she's done payroll records or not. Maybe that's something we can ask.
No, she's not here.
Oh.
I agree, we have never paid for labor before. Perhaps we could adjust it to just the cost of the plants, which would be $1,300. Oh, Diane's here.
She's here. Okay.
I have a question off topic here. Wasn't this a 4:30 meeting?
4:15, there was an amended agenda.
It was in your email.
Was it get a last minute change or something?
It was last week.
Because
I had the 432, but when I went back and looked at my notes, I had actually printed it off, and I didn't realize the meeting had changed to 4:15.
Yeah, I had no idea, because I got...
I remember thinking you didn't.
We had to adjust the time a little bit to allow for the 5:01 meeting with the millage rate, so that's why we were trying to give you plenty of time.
Since we're still on consent agenda, do you want to pull item number 4
Yeah, I guess we
from
should.
consent? Are there any other of the grants that you want to pull from the consent agenda?
I don't have any.
No.
Okay.
So motion to approve.
Do we have public comment?
Oh,
I'd like to open this item up for public comment on the consent agenda. If anyone would like to speak to it.
Minus number 4.
Minus number 4.
And just so that I'm clear and everybody's clear, I think the consent agenda, it stops at 8, right? There's not the general business, but number 9 is not consent, correct? The resolution is not
Right.
consent. Okay, so it would be 3 through 8 is your consent agenda. Right.
Okay.
4 has been removed.
All right, so that'd be 3 through 8, eliminating 4 for the consent agenda. If anybody from the public would like to speak to this, please come forward. If not, I'll bring it back to the board for
Make a
discussion.
motion, we approve
Motion.
the consent agenda, item 3 and 5 through 8.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Okay, so
go
going
for it.
back to number 4, if we have never paid for labor before, and Karen, did you have a chance to look at the application packet itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it say anything?
What they say is that they're actually going to pay for their own labor, their own people, at $25 an hour, and that's what's in the application.
And then in the rules part of the application.
Pardon me?
In the rules that
In
we
the
have.
rules section of the,
There's nothing that says anything about landscaping and people not being able to do the work. There's nothing that says anything about paying people to do the work except for painting. Painting, either contractor or homeowner or building owner, we can't pay for their time.
okay, so
Only
this applicant would have no way of knowing that we've never done this before?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
And just for clarification, Karen, we know that they're not hiring somebody, or they are hiring?
What I was told, and I guess maybe you need to ask the applicant how she plans to provide, you know, the support for this. What she said in her application was that they were going to actually do their own labor, and she was paying her own people to do it at $25 an hour.
So the people that work for clients?
Right.
Okay.
So now I don't know whether she's got payroll that she can submit to prove that she paid these people, because I'm going to have proof of payment.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe she can answer that question, because I don't have any clue.
And I'm sorry, she's not here?
Yes, she came. She just came in.
Oh.
You weren't the only one.
You're good. Would you like to come forward and address some of the questions that the commissioners are asking?
Yes, my name is Diane Klein, and I'm with S.E. Klein Holding Company, and this is for a landscape project at 211 South 3rd Street.
Okay, do you have people on the payroll, on your particular payroll that's going to do this?
I read through everything that I could find that applied to this, and I didn't see anything that said, because it's not something that requires a license like an electrician or a carpenter or a contractor. I just assumed that I could be in charge, that I would be in charge, and I would pay labor.
Okay, I guess we'd have to defer to legal on this, but in that particular regard, if she was going to hire someone, would that require payroll records to show the deductions being taken out or anything like that? Would she have to get any type of a license in order to hire these, or what?
For the purpose of administering the grant, you're going to need documentation to show that what was claimed to be paid was actually paid. So if it's a contractor, it's easy. You show the payment to contractor. When it's in-house staff, that's where it gets more complicated. So is it feasible to do? Absolutely, just like Karen has been saying, but she's going to need some kind of record to verify that this person was paid to do this work.
Okay.
I was planning on being invoiced with everything that was done, describing, that would back up what payment was going for, and then I would have copy of the checks.
Okay. Karen, that works?
That's fine, as long as we have the documentation, that's fine. It was just a point of clarification.
Okay.
Okay. Any
So
other
is there anything else?
Well, we're working on it.
If I could,
We're still in discussion.
if I could speak to this is something
Absolutely.
that I've always liked gardening, and I'm embarrassed that it hasn't been until the recent years that I've really discovered the importance of native plants. And when I look around the city, like out front, the only thing I saw was coontie plants. Now, I'm not all that knowing on native plants, but it just dawned on me. I mean, we count the turtles, we record them, we make little nest, things for them, but things like the insects that we need for our food, we're not even thinking about it at all. And so I noticed in the CRA, it says for drought-tolerant plants. Number one, you didn't even address if they're salt spray. There was a business that was required to put in all these plants, and they were all dead within 6 months because they weren't salt tolerant. So I personally would like the city, or the CRA also, to look at requesting more native plants, at least when the city plants. That would be something that you could say, we are taking care of our pollinators and our birds. And anyway, that was it. So that was the other thing. I want this project to be kind of an example of what we can do, and hopefully it'll look fine and everybody will stop and admire it, and then we can help spread the word. Okay.
I think it's great information, and I think
Okay.
it's good to know that, because a lot of folks don't know what salt tolerant is. And some of the, because my wife and I do the same thing, and some of us.
Yes.
And
no.
sometimes when they say they're salt tolerant, they're not salt tolerant on the ocean.
No. And because you also have to look at if it's in the ground and the roots are going down, if they're pulling up from our aquifer, which has salt, then they'll die that way too. Yeah, I'm embarrassed that I didn't know about it before now. I recently planted a fire bush, which is a very attractive plant. It could easily replace crotons. And I looked out one day, it was the first time I'd seen hummingbirds here, and I saw bees and butterflies, and I was just blown away.
Okay.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane.
Okay, any other comments?
No. Public comment.
Public comment on this particular item? Anyone wants to talk about the birds and the bees?
Watch it.
If not, we'll bring it back to the board for motion.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda item number 4.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. And just for clarity, excuse me, Karen, you'll get with Karen to make, Diane, to make sure that she has everything in place so that she meets all the requirements that you have.
Absolutely, and for everybody else that applied, I will send you a letter saying that they've approved it.
Well, this is just the budget. This
So-
isn't ad valorem, but it's just
Congratulations.
But it's basically just the budget.
Okay, we'll move on, pardon me, to the next item, which is number 9.
Resolution 2022-14, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, sitting as the Community Redevelopment Agency, adopting the operating and capital improvements budget for the CRA Trust Fund for the fiscal year 2022-2023, fixing appropriations therein, proposing expenditures thereunder, and providing an effective date hereof. Okay, any comments, commissioners?
Okay, we open this up for public comment. Anyone have any comments in regard to number 9? Seeing none, we'll bring back to the board.
Make a motion to approve resolution 2022-14.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Penny, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes to the motion.
Chair Bryan?
Yes to the motion. And the motion carries unanimously. Next item, CRA Director updates.
I don't have a lot at all, really. Except today we had a meeting for Starry Nights, which the kickoff meeting, it went really, really well. I'm excited about everything that's happening. We're having them every 2 weeks at the TDC. That's pretty much the only update I have at this point, unless there's something that you all...
I got some comments on that one.
I have, I guess, more of a safety concern maybe on this one. So last year when I, my neighbor and I did a lifeguard tower for the south side, there was almost an electrical fire over there. And my concern is, just want to make sure that maybe as, I don't know if we can, if we have some extra materials that people are using the proper wiring, because I'm not an electrician, but we could have had a fiery nights instead of a starry nights, and that was and I didn't want to see that. Because I was guilty of it. I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, and I shocked myself actually when I was trying to plug the lights back in and things, and because I blew a fuse. So just a thought of, safety concern I had.
We did discuss it today, as a matter of fact. The biggest problem was the snow machines. Those cannot be plugged into a circuit with anything else, period. And they were, so that caused problems. People did not use outdoor extension cords. They used the dollar extension cords. That causes a problem too. So this is all an education type of thing to make sure that everybody does what they're supposed to do. But Bill is also going to be involved very closely to make sure that things are not being overloaded. The gentleman that's supposed to be coming to do, his name is Otis, to do the decoration in the park also, he will need to go through Bill to make sure that we have things plugged in the right way. That's the key, because it's not a matter of we don't have the amperage. It's just, yeah.
Karen, just, I guess maybe as a follow-up and a reassurance that that's being done, of course that would have to be coordinated through Bill, is before the switches pull, I assume that he's going to go around and check everything to make sure.
We're doing a dry run.
Okay.
The day before.
All right.
Everybody's stuff has to be there on Thursday. So Thursday we will do the dry run and make sure everything's okay. And we will double check and triple check before everything goes up.
Mr. Phillips?
2 things, Karen. I'm assuming you applied for the playground grant.
Yes, ma'am.
Playground grant. I'm assuming also too, you have not heard anything? Just an acknowledgement?
We won't hear anything probably until the end of the year.
Okay. And then I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. The Funky Pelican building is not in the CRA, correct?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor?
I was going to add that the next Starry Nights meeting is October 6th at 10 a.m. for those that want to attend. That was announced today.
Yeah, that group has been notorious about short notice meetings where you find out.
Well,
October 6th that's a good.
That was so good, yeah.
I think that's for record.
if I may, just what happened was they weren't informed that they needed a Zoom meeting until the last minute, and they don't have the license to be able to keep it going, so we only had like 35 minutes.
40
minutes to get the meeting done. So that's what happened. But now they've been asked to do it ahead of time, so maybe next time it'll be better.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have to take my share of responsibility for last year because I was brand new coming in, and I had this person asking for this and that person asking for this and that and the other thing, and elected officials and business people, and I was just trying to get along, and I said yes to everything. So now I have appointed Karen and Bill and Tom as a committee to work with the Starry Nights group, and we should be a lot more coordinated than we were last year. So
Johnny had something on Facebook already looking for volunteers for various things. I was impressed that he did that already.
The police and fire are also involved for security and safety reasons, so
Good.
we're all working through it.
The city staff.
Awesome. Any other comments or questions?
I'm just excited about all the grants we gave.
There's a lot going on.
I love it.
That's great. Okay, we're down to the end of the CRA meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned until 5:01.
We had enough time, but you never know.
It's a special meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission, Thursday, September 8, 2022 at 5:01 p.m. And it's to be continued until all items are complete. Excuse me. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And again, I'd like to ask the mayor to please lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And this is now a public hearing. First reading.
Resolution 2022-12, a resolution of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, levying the ad valorem property tax millage rate for municipal purposes on all taxable property within the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023, stating the millage to be levied as 5.4500 in Flagler County and 5.4500 is the rate to be levied for Volusia County, and providing for an effective date. And that rate of 5.4500 mils represents an increase of 12.97% over the 4.8242 mils, which is the rollback rate in Flagler County, and also 12.97% increase over the rollback rate of 4.8242 in Volusia.
Okay, commissioners, have any comments? City manager.
Yes, sir. I sent you all a memo earlier today about the up and down valuations that have been floating around. And finally, Mr. Gardner, the property appraiser, clarified everything. I forwarded you the email where we are not up the $90,000 in the 12.3 million. I mean, it's just not that way. He said there's a lot of appeals and a lot of technical things they go through under the law that they have to finalize, and that he would send us the final official property roll valuation on or before September 30, which is the deadline. However, we need to set the millage rate tonight under the advertised trim process. So staff's recommendation is to continue with 5.450. I checked with Palm Coast and my colleagues in Bunnell, and they also just held their same rates because of the unpredictability. As I laid out in the memo, it would be risky for us to roll it back and then find that the values has dropped. And of course, it'd be too late by that point. So staff's recommendation is 5.40.
And I read that the county also held theirs. I just read that this morning.
Okay, any other comments, commissioners? Commissioner Sherman.
So, Mr. Whitson, so right now, can you give me that figure again? Was it 14,000? What was it?
Yes, in the email that he sent to me, he said the property valuations, based on his current calculations, would only net an additional $14,000.
Okay.
So it's just too slim of a margin.
And you said it could fluctuate between now. I understand we need to make an approval tonight, but between now and September 30th, we won't know exactly if it could be more than the 14,000.
Exactly. It could go up or it could go down, and so far the trend has been down.
Okay. Now, if something changes where the trend goes up and it's, let's just say that $90,000 mark, can we mark that money to kind of just put a mark on that to, we have that 90,000 in there? I don't know how we would handle those funds. I know it's, we got to get through this, but I just wanted to know what, if we did go up, what do we plan to use that additional 90,000? If it went up, or even the 14,000, I guess my thought is, what do we plan to do with this additional funds?
My suggestion would be to put it into the city's reserves. If it ends up being a lot more, I would come back to you and we could have that discussion. And so at this point, I would just say if it's only a minimal amount like that, it would go into the reserves.
Okay, thank you.
And just for just a little bit of education, I mean, that happens every year. Those numbers are never exact, and so there's always some discrepancies. And so when there's a surplus, it's going to go into reserves, and then what to spend it on is going to be up to you guys. It's ultimately going to come because you're the ones who are going to have to budget that money to use it for something.
Yeah, but we won't know that final information until after 30 September.
So what you're essentially saying then, excuse me, to follow up with Commissioner Sherman's comments, is that if November, December, whatever, we determine that we have those excess dollars, we as a commission can have a special meeting or whatever in order to determine how we want to use those particular funds. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You're the policymakers.
Okay, any other comments, commissioners? If not, I open this particular item up for public comment. If you have any comments, please come to the podium. Give us your name and your address.
Steve Daly, 1764 Windsong Circle. Okay, so we're going up 12.97%. I guess is the question. So in these funds, or the budget, I guess, how much of this was organic growth, which would be new homes and businesses, and how much was value added because of, or value because the houses went up? I mean, I would think we should only increase the budget to the organic growth every time, because that's what we always fight for, more houses and businesses. So if you go extra, where do we get it from every time, and is the extra worth whatever we're spending? I guess I'm just trying to understand. I was at the budget meetings and they're long, and so I'm just trying to totally understand that if you increase, it's like you have one new kid in your house, you have X amount more expenditures, and your income has to go if you work 2 more hours. So if we have X amount more organic growth, should that not be what we need to spend to maintain what you have if you maintained it the year before? The 10 new houses and 2 new businesses should just have to pay for what we already have or what their expenses would be to the city. And if we go way above that, we're spending more every year. That's why the budget seems like they jump every place you go, and there's more millions every time, and we don't get any more services for it. As I said before, my cost should go down if you have more people thrown in a pot of normal expenses. So that's just it's just a curious question.
Okay. Okay, any other comments? And then once we finish, we'll start addressing any questions you have.
Yeah, Rick Bellium, Flagler Beach. I went to the county meetings when they found out they were getting $600,000 a windfall as far as revenue from tax bills that were miscalculated. So we were at $99,000 this morning. Now we're at $14,000. So it's quite a big difference. Would have been nice if, I mean, it's taxpayer money. It would have been nice to apply that to lowering the millage rate. But 14,000 doesn't really change much anything. 12.97%, you know, even after property value increases. Now that's the tax rate, not your tax bill necessarily. But I just, whatever does come from that additional money ought to be applied to, I mean, it's taxpayer money. It should be applied to millage as opposed to throwing it into reserves. Save it for next year or something. Just that kind of money should be, I mean, it was taxpayer money with a certain intent to be used to pay, you know, go towards millage, and putting it in reserves isn't the same.
Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
On the organic increase question, generally speaking, and you know, every case is going to be different, but generally speaking, that is what happens because of the effect of Save Our Homes. Because if for instance, my property value goes up most years, but I'm capped at 3% on how much that can increase my tax bill. And so if you are a homesteaded property, then you're enjoying that cap. So where we're seeing this growth in rollback rate is going to be from either businesses, second homes that don't have the Save Our Homes protection, or new growth. But the owner-occupied house is benefiting from that Save Our Homes, which is keeping that tax rate down. So in fact, when you're seeing 12.97, if you're an owner occupied, it's not your 12.97. Does that answer the question? Am I kind of getting to what you were asking?
I kind of understand. I'm just saying,
Okay.
there's big numbers, local, state, federal, that it seems like the more you spend. I lived in Nashville, and we had zillions of people move in. I paid more taxes than I didn't get it.
Sir, you're going to have to come to the mic in order to
Sorry,
speak.
I instigated that. That's my fault. But
Okay.
I think that's the best answer I can give right now to that question,
Okay.
because that is kind of how it operates. And so yes, Save Our Homes does protect the owner-occupied property from the effect of property increases in valuation.
And non-homesteaded and businesses can only go up 10%. They can't go up that 13% either.
Right.
And I also, in response to Mr. Bellumer, I believe it was 190,000 would be a tenth of a mil. That was the last number that we were given.
90.
I thought it was 190.
It's about 90, a little more than 90,000.
It was 90, okay. But even so, 14,000 isn't going to change anything.
Okay, and Commissioner Cooley? Oh. You look real foggy, so you have to excuse me.
And Mr. Chairman, if
There's the light behind
I may,
silhouette.
if I may, I wrote the commission a memo on September 15th, and I outlined what this new growth revenue would go for. I mean, we've had historic inflation this year, highest in 40 years, and there are police officers and firefighters and people like that need pay raises, have other staff that need pay raises. So a big chunk of this is going to go to stay competitive in salaries and compensation. We have new technology requirements. We have all kinds of other needs in the city. And so I think basically all in all, with an 8.5% inflation for gasoline and all these other kind of things, that it's pretty modest what we're asking for. And it was the property valuation and the new construction that drove much of that 13%.
Well, I mean, I have to concur. I mean, we all hear a lot of complaints in the city about how the city looks and what's not being done and this kind of thing here. And I'm affected with the taxes just like everyone else. I mean, if this millage goes up, it affects me just like anyone else. But by the same token, I want to see our city continuing to move ahead. And we all know that, and I know we have enterprise funds and things like this, but there are a lot of things that come out of those funds that we're talking about right now. And if we don't have the funds to address the things that people are complaining about we're not doing, then we're just getting behind the eight ball even more. So that's why I think we should continue to look at what we're doing, be as conservative as we can, but by the same token, we need to get our city in order. I mean, we've been behind the ball for a long time. A lot of things were neglected for many, many years. So now we're being in a position where we can, at a modest rate, catch up, and we're still playing catch up. I mean, we're all out here doing volunteer work. We're out here doing things in order to make the city look good that a lot of people are complaining about. So we need to keep moving forward and progressing. Any other comments, Commissioner Cooley?
Just as a contrast to some of that, though, the increases that we've done the last 2 years, especially, are not sustainable. We have done 2 large increases in taxes. Most of the one this year is from home valuations. In the mill rate, there was a very small change, which is good. However, the dollars that we have gone up is tremendous, and we won't be able to continue that rate, or we'll end up bankrupting the city, because there is a cap on mill rate. And we could quickly end up approaching this if home values dip, because if we're facing potential recession, even if it's major or minor, and if we are going to continue the same dollars and home values dip, that means a large change in mill rate, which could quickly put us in trouble.
Okay, any other comments? Commissioner Chairman?
Yeah, so I'd like, I guess, more of a request for, if we move forward with this approved budget tonight, I'd like to see a bit more of a breakdown in our, for our first quarterly budget. I want to, ensure that, we're really looking at the funds that we approved and seeing those funds go to work, because you're right, there are a lot of things that have gone on, a lot of work around the city that, we need to get done. I agree. But at the same time, I want to make sure those funds that we put out there, I know there's staffing issues and there's, some of those other things, but, I just don't want to see kind of that we approved all these funds and then we're not actually putting them to work. So I think a better breakdown in our first annual budget report when, after October, I'd like to request that we have maybe a bit more of a line-by-line breakdown if possible, to see, like, just instead of just like generalizations of certain departments, like really see, okay, this is where we're, how we're spending it so far, and, showing where we are and what hasn't been spent. So when we do to go next year, when we go to approve the budget, we know, okay, what we truly budgeted and seeing exactly where those dollars are going. Not saying that the existing one's good, but I'd like to see more broken down even a bit further.
In other words, make sure that those dollars have been actually obligated to the expenses that we approved.
We had a consensus to do that, to go back the last 2 years, a while. This was some meetings ago. We had a consensus that at some point we're going to go back and basically not audit it, but look at all the things that were budgeted, were allocated, and were supposed to happen, and see where they are now.
Well, Mr. Whitson has already, he gave us one, a little one. Oh, sorry.
There's a current project one.
Yeah, the projects, and that's where the money's going. So beyond that,
we also are going to institute quarterly budget briefings with the commission, which I think is what Commissioner Sherman's getting at. So we need to be more disciplined about doing that, and now that we're getting full staffed, I think we can handle that. And so we'll do that. And then, of course, there's some other things that we can do to help, let people know where we are.
Okay. Well, I guess just address some of the comments that Commissioner Cooley has made numerous times about having, made a commitment to spend money on something and then it not being actually obligated during that particular year. So we'll be able to see whether or not it was in fact obligated and the money spent or whatever.
Yeah, there's two things. The quarterly budget reports, we're going to be doing those, but I think on the major projects, for example, the wastewater treatment plant, there's going to be a major briefing for y'all next month. Also, in November, I'm planning a major briefing on the meter project. Okay, that was nearly $1 million right there. So these kind of things, showing you what you budgeted and then what it actually came in at, and, what you got for the money. I mean, those are the kind of things we're going to start doing. But some of those major projects are still kind of moving. And, when we get to the point where we can tie a bow and report, we will.
Okay. Any other comments, Commissioners, Mayor? Okay, seeing none, can I bring it back for motion?
public comment.
I'm sorry, I thought we had public.
We had it already, that's right. I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution 2022-12.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Penny, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
No.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. Okay, and the motion carries. We'll move on to the next item, number 4, resolution number 2022-13.
Resolution 2022-13, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, adopting budgets for the General Fund, Utility Fund, Sanitation Fund, Stormwater Fund, CRA Fund, Peer Enterprise Fund, and Building Code Inspection Fund for the fiscal year 2022-2023, fixing appropriations therein, proposing expenditures thereunder, and determining the amount of money to be raised by taxation and providing an effective date hereof.
Okay, Commissioners have any comments?
No, just that these are all the big projects that we talk about all year long with the wastewater plant and all the other things.
Okay, and Mr. Whitson, would you like to explain this anymore for anyone from the public, or I think it's pretty self-explanatory?
Yeah, again, the budget for the city is really to make it simple, is divided into two pieces. The general fund, which is funded primarily by property tax and state revenue shares and things like this, and then these budgets, which are more enterprise funds, which are supposed to be self-supporting, things like the sanitation fund and the utility fund and the stormwater fund and things like that. And, you know, basically we've laid out a budget. We have a capital plan, which we're still fine-tuning, but I think we're beginning to really hit our stride and get these projects lined up and executed.
Okay, I'd like to open this item up for public comment. Anyone like to address this item, please come forward with your name and your address.
Steve Daly. You're having the right idea, and this is what I've asked before. All these things should have an end, and all through the year, you should be able to tell us if you're 20% there or 40. And if someone saved us money or they were over budget. And it should be an easy way for me to see it somewhere. And if there were some way, as you're going forward, to communicate that so you could look it up real quick and say, why are we behind? Why have we overspent? Who saved the money? I mean, to me, I look at it like running a business. In my department, I had a budget. And if I had to explain it all, I had to meet it, underspend, or whatever I could do. I think this is what the people are asking. That's in essence what we're saying. You have all these projects, and whatever we funded 5 years ago, did it work? Is it still working? I don't know if we can ever answer. Let's just always spend. So we just need to know as taxpayers that we're investing and we're getting back what we asked for. And like you were saying, there's things that seem to or need to be done. A better way to explain when you're going forward saying, here's 10 things that have been asked for. Here's some things that'll cost or we can do, and then we can decide and vote on it as either voting for you or however we have to do it, saying, okay, we got to spend X more dollars to get what we're asking. Do we want to? Or can you go to alternative number 3 or 2 that costs us less to give us almost what we want? And that's kind of how you do projects. So I think that's what we're asking for as a group, as the taxpayers, that we just need to see what we're buying. Did it pay? Did we get what we asked for? Or did we fail? And I mean, failures usually happen when someone gets voted out and you get a new person in. But I still pay for the failure. And I just don't want them. So you need to do a quarterly thing or something to help us know, are we going along in the right path to the money we've given you this year? With the ideas you've had, are we hitting it? Are we putting more miles on the trucks or less? I mean, all the things we buy, just like I have to do with the house. I mean, I have to decide how to spend next year what I burn up this year. And where I over or underspend. And did I buy something that worked? I'm not buying that kind of car anymore because it didn't, or a washing machine. So I'm just asking that we need more accountability, and we need to be able to see it somehow. I don't know how you're going to give it to us. I mean, I can come and ask at these meetings or go to departments, but there's just got to be a good way as you're looking. How do you tell us what's going on with our money?
Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Mr. Whitson, to address the speaker's comments, I think we have those things in place. I mean, we have an open records where if anyone wants to see any of the expenses on the utilities, the meter system, the wastewater plant, or any of these particular items, and that's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about items that are in the enterprise funds, which is the sanitation, all the way down the line, a lot of the things that you'll build on. So anyone that at any time that wants to see how the dollars are being spent in any of these particular areas, it's open records, and you can come to the city manager, you come to the clerk, you can ask how we're being spent, whether or not those projects are being spent. For example, like the meter system. If you wanted to know how much is being spent, what the expenditures are, how many dollars have gone out, how much we paid already, what's coming back. We're actually working on that particular case here. We're looking at the payback, if you will, a return on value in that particular case there. So we're doing that with all the other projects as well. But there is a process for actually tracking those dollars that's being expended. And there is a budget, because we wouldn't be able to even issue a contract if we didn't have a budget in those particular items. Yeah. But if you want to add to it, you can, or any of the other.
No, I think you're right on, and I wrote down performance-based budgets and accountability. I mean, those are important things, and the problem with some of these projects that we've taken on so far, I started on May 1st of 2021, and some of these projects are still going. So it's hard to give you, okay, here's where we ended up, because they're still in progress. But there are some that, like the meter project, that's coming up, and we ought to be able to give you that report probably in the November, December timeframe. So I think it's good that we're planting the flag and having those discussions, giving those reports, and that will become more and more part of our process as we go forward. The wastewater treatment plant, that's a $16 million project. It's probably the largest project that the city's taken on, I would dare say, ever. And it's just now in the beginning stages. We just now received some of the grant money to get it going. So those are the kind of things that we probably need to just report on as we go, because it's like a 3-4 year process, right? So we will keep that in mind as we go forward and make sure that those kinds of reports, check-in reports, are provided. I think it's a great idea, and I'd be more than delighted to do it, because the staff takes pride in all of this. I know, for example, not a week goes by that I don't get an email from Jim Raymer saying how much money he saved out at the water plant. But maybe the public doesn't get that information. I get that information. I know that they're working hard to save money. So yeah, we'll make some more efforts to make some periodic reports as we go.
Okay, and again, not everyone is interested in that, but if you are, we have that data. And if it's regard to grants in particular, we have to especially maintain accurate records on how we're spending those dollars, the expenditures, and whatever's coming in.
Grants are very, very much on that, especially federal monies. And I'll make 2 last comments. I'd love for this gentleman, if he hasn't already, to go through the Citizens Academy, because I think you can pick up a lot of good information there. And then as far as the enterprise funds are concerned, I'd challenge anybody anywhere in Flagler to pay what you pay for sanitation service and get better service. I mean, we have the top-notch service for the lowest rate.
Okay, and last thing is we do have a State of the City address that's going to be coming up pretty soon, and that'll also address a number of the issues that you just discussed, as well as others. And Commissioner Cooley.
Just one comment. This was brought up by a citizen a while ago, and I thought we had a consensus on it. I could be wrong. Where they mentioned having a online on the city website project tracker, and they didn't get into the nuts and bolts of how it would work. It would just be a rudimentary basic project tracker. If anybody wanted additional information, then they could always do a public records request. I know in a previous life, standard project trackers are, you just put the subject, you have a bar that runs across the screen, you have milestones along that bar, and it would kind of show you where you are, even if it's multi-year. And then at the end of the bar, it would show if it's on budget or under, by how much, simple things like that. Not hard to update. I think it would get updated. And, this was for a big Fortune 300 company, and so anybody could go in and see where all these hundreds of projects are, and you just look at where it's at. And you can also see by milestones if it's ahead or behind. And I thought it was a good suggestion. I don't know if we did have a consensus formally or not. It might be worth talking about. And I think that would help a lot with the public too, and us, for just keeping track of all the projects and having them there. And if it gets canceled, then it would say right on the screen, canceled or modified. And just food for thought, maybe a future discussion point.
Is that something that can go on the app?
Yeah.
That
We're actually building that project list, and I've got a suggestion later on in my report about a time we could meet to discuss just exactly that, because we're actually building all of this at your request. So it's in progress.
I do remember, as we talked about it, we did get a consensus, but again, it's a matter of approving the software for it, because I think I even addressed the fact that that system exists in St. Johns County. It's called a PRIDE system, and you can go on that system and you can look at any particular project and it brings it up, but it's not cheap, but it is something that we can look forward to in the future. Any other comments, commissioners, mayor? If not, we have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2022-13.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Penny, please call the roll.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes, to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy,
Yes.
Chair Bryan.
Yes. Okay, that concludes the resolutions that we have in this particular item. I have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we are now adjourned for about 1 minute, and we'll reconvene for the regular commission meeting.
I can get coffee.
You can get coffee. Okay, we'll be back in about and to be continued until all items are complete. And here at the City Commission chambers in Flagler Beach, I'd like to call the meeting to order. And at this time, I'm going to have my fellow commissioner introduce the veteran that's going to be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. And then following that, we're going to have a moment of silence for our armed forces, veterans, and first responders.
Right. If I have John Kestner come up to the podium, please. He'll be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. John was in the the Air National Guard.
Air Force.
Air National.
He led the way for me and Matt and others to join the Air Force. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Mayor, it appears that we have some proclamations for you this evening.
Yes, we do.
Bless you.
Jill and the rest of the group. Can have everyone come up. Our first proclamation tonight is for National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Whereas September is known as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, which helps promote resources and awareness around the issue of suicide prevention. It teaches us how to help others and how to talk about suicide without increasing the risk of harm. And whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone regardless of age, gender, race, orientation, income level, religion, or background. And whereas suicide is the 8th leading cause of death in Florida and the 3rd leading cause of death among people from ages 10 to 24. And whereas everyone in our community can play a role in preventing suicide, we all need the occasional reminder that we are silently fighting our own battles. A simple phone call, message, or hug can go a long way towards helping someone realize suicide is not the answer. And whereas support is available during a mental health crisis through the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988 by call, text, or chat. And whereas, while there is no single cause of suicide, Florida Suicide Prevention Action Plan supports healthy and empowered individuals, families, and communities. It coordinates effective programs, promotes suicide prevention as a core component of healthcare services, increases the timeliness and usefulness of data systems related to suicide, and sustains suicide prevention efforts. And whereas we can all help prevent suicide, you matter. Therefore, that I, Susie Johnston, Mayor of the City of Flagler Beach, do hereby proclaim September 2022 as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Would you guys like to say a couple words? Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for the proclamation. This is Hope, our elephant. When we began in 2019, we used to take the elephant to all the county commission meetings and public safety committee meetings, put it in a chair, and I would say the elephant in the room is where can we find a psychiatrist for Medicaid patients? Because we had in 2019 the #1 suicide rate in Florida.
5 years previous to.
Right. So finally now we've gotten the Flagler Access Center in Bunnell, And there is SMA, which has a waiting list for psychiatrists, but we just really believe that we need to continue fighting the Flagler County mental health and wellness advocates. 100% of the population could benefit from mental health and wellness. 15% of the population have something in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual like anxiety or some psychological disorder, but 4% have a serious mental illness like schizophrenia or bipolar. So I not only consider myself a mental health and wellness advocate, but an advocate for the seriously mentally ill. I myself have bipolar, and when I moved here in 2015, I'm a living proof that recovery is real. You can live a happy, healthy, normal life as long as you adhere to your treatment plan. But I realized when I moved here in 2015 in Flagler County that had I had my crisis here at that time, rather than in Virginia where I lived, there was nothing to help me, and I could have become a suicide statistic. So I joined together with 4 other women, and we created Flagler County Mental Health and Wellness Advocates, and we go out and we speak to the commission, and we just try to help people in the community find resources. So thank you again for the recognition for September being Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Thank you.
And we want to thank the city of Flagler Beach for allowing, and Chief, thank you very much for allowing our mobile RV, according to Tom Cook, our RV, that's our prevention vehicle. They say it's a mobile RV and billboard, and it's not really allowed to be in Palm Coast at all, driving down the road. So we want to thank you all for accepting it and allowing.
We have our 386 number on the side, and consumers call us all the time on that number to ask for resources, and a lot of time they see it here. So
a great opportunity for those people who don't have a voice to actually put their voice out. We do drive it around and then let people read what people have to say. Do you want to photo?
Yes.
Sure. Well, thank you. And this is our goal. I mean, I'm a visual person, so that was hoped 3 years ago when we had the highest suicide rate in the state of Florida. And this is our goal now because we actually have cut it in half. So far this year.
That's a good idea.
It's awesome. Okay, so, and that's still more than too many.
1, 2, 3, cheeseburger.
Paradise, yes. All right.
I think today was National Cheeseburger Day.
Yes, it was.
Because it made me think of what you said.
I know, I think I'm smart, yes.
So, Mayor, if I can, just want to share a story. So, in an odd twist of fate, today's the 22nd. And and you'll have to bear with me, exactly 1 year, 5 months ago, to the day and to the minute, I was chairman of the meeting at the time. I got a text from my best friend reaching out for, help. There was stuff that was bothering her, and then about a minute later, got a more ominous text, and of course I didn't get these messages because I'm chairing the meeting. I got my phone down. When you're not chair, you can check your messages more often. So, because I get messages all the time from the business and everything, but I wasn't able to check it until break. And so at about 5:50, she took her life. And, I didn't get the messages in time, but, it's just interesting, today being the 22nd and the time and all that. And not only that, my voice is messed up anyways. This has been for 2 weeks, but, you just never know until it hits home. And you never know what people are going through, what's going on behind the scenes. And so it's just a reminder to, always ask and just always be there. In this society now, we have been trained to become very cold and cruel, mostly through social media. And, in a great small city like this, we can do better. And, we can reach out. Because there's a lot of that going on, and you just never know. That's all.
All right, we have one more proclamation. It's in support of Source Water Protection Week, which is September 25th through October 1st. Whereas the health, prosperity, and quality of life of Flagler Beach citizens and communities depend on a reliable supply of safe, high-quality drinking water. And whereas protecting our drinking water is essential to preserve our own health and economy and that of future generations. And whereas we strive to build opportunities and work together to ensure clean, safe source water for all. And whereas Flagler Beach residents are encouraged to recognize this precious resource and help conserve the watersheds that are the source of our water, protect our shared water resources from pollution, practice water conservation, become involved in local water issues, and plan to protect water for future community health and economic vitality. Now, therefore, as Mayor of Flagler Beach, I do hereby proclaim September 25th through October 1st, 2022, as Source Water Protection Week in Flagler Beach and urge all our residents to join in supporting this observance. Thank you. And as you know, we are working that very diligently with our wastewater treatment plant and working on the slip lining and the saltwater intrusion. So everyone, take shorter showers and turn off the tap.
Okay, do we have any deletions and changes to the agenda? One item that we talked about, did you want to move it? Since
Yeah, it's up to you, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to move up the presentation number 12.
Okay. Okay, we'll move.
Number 12 was being taken off.
No, it's been swapped.
It's the half cent.
Oh, new, I'm sorry, looking at the. Oh,
Yeah, look at the new agenda, sorry.
I have the same one.
sorry.
I have that one too. All right. Okay, so we'll move the half cent, excuse me, penny up to, let's see, can we move it to number 7?
No, that's a consent.
I'm sorry, that's a consent agenda.
move
isn't
it-
it?
move it
We'll just move it number 10.
Number
Yeah.
10.
Okay, we'll make that item number 10. And 10 will become 11. Okay, any other items? Okay. At this time, we'll have public comment. And regarding the items that are not on the agenda, citizens are encouraged to speak. However, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. A 30-minute allocation of time for public comment on items not on the agenda. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to address the chairman, and anyone operating to taking the opportunity to speak will not be able to allocate their time to another speaker. So at this time, anyone that'd like to speak for doing public comment, please come forward. Give us your name and your address. Is your mic on?
It's the green button.
There we go.
Thank you.
All right. I just came in for a little bit. I really don't have time to be here today. I thought this is really addressed to the commission, that Mr. Whitson is your all's responsibility. He works for us as same as he works for you. I thought he and I were getting along well. I know in the commission meeting we discussed the right-of-way, the sea grapes that I planted. My other house, I planted that. Our last city manager, Rick, said I could plant whatever I wanted as long as nothing was blocked, right? Plenty of photos every weekend, all week long. People park, go to the beach, have fun, fine. I'm fine with it. The chief hasn't heard anything else from me, but we want to raise taxes. Why did this city only survey my property to something that I thought was fine and done with? My permit's been signed off on, everything's good. If this city is going to segregate and come after me and discriminate against my family, you kicked the wrong person. My attorney, I already talked to him today. Well, I've been talking to him all week, the one that's going to talk with Drew. He couldn't make it today on such short notice because this happened on Monday. I went to the building department. I've had multiple people tell me that the city manager has something against me and my family. I'm done. I'm not going to settle for this. And if the city wants a lawsuit, the city can have one. I really don't care. I think it's a waste of money for me and the city. I'm going to pay twice to fight myself. But I will win. I've been documenting it. You can smile at me all you want. I thought our phone call was good. No, he's not going to smirk at me and stab me in the back. I do not get stabbed in the back. I let bygones be bygones. I'm done. If you want to discriminate against me, we can settle in court. I really don't give a shit. Thank you.
I'd like to remind people that we do operate on a policy of civility and decorum. Foul language is not allowed in here, and I please respect and expect total respect in these chambers. Anyone else like to come forward, please?
Strike, 1839 Road Place. With regard to the water, one of the things I've always wondered about, and years ago, I found the water quality report out in the glass cases up underneath the actual, the frame, if you will, right? It was like 3 years old. I brought it to everybody's attention. I don't know how many months it took to actually get an updated water quality report. But my question is, I don't drink the water here until I let it sit for 4 or 5 days to get the chlorine smell out of it. I mean, obviously the chlorine is being used to kill something, but my personal opinion, it's overkill because it smells like you're drinking pool water. Now, to address the other issue that Mr. McKinley came in with, I have the very same frustrations, but on different issues. So I can understand where he's coming from when he gets a little animated or what have you, but he does have a First Amendment right, and he's frustrated, just like I'm frustrated. The second question I'd like to ask, which I've asked before, is the software that the city is supposed to be getting to be able to track questions the residents or citizens have for the city, either hired or elected officials, to track it, to get it to resolution. I literally have outstanding issues for days, weeks, months, and yes, years that are unresolved. Now, I heard in the previous commission meeting, I've sent hundreds of emails. That's probably true. They're all with text, they're all with pictures to back up the issue. But guess what? Very little to nothing gets done on these issues. And the issues I speak to are the vision statements on the wall. That's all it is, trying to upload the vision statements. And things that are in your contracts or drawings that contractors are supposed to do that you're not policing, if you will, or administrating. So I understand his frustration because I've got the same ones. I'm not this evening going to use the same language, but I can tell you I've been doing this for 3 years now. Some of you know me very well, some of you don't know me at all. But the issues I have been outstanding so long, we really need to resolve this. I keep talking about this every time I come up here, and the same issues are still outstanding. So please give us a mechanism to ask the questions and not only respond, but please resolve the issue. Just responding doesn't resolve the issue. So again, I'm asking you, please work with us, the residents, to get these items squared away. They're best for the entire community. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Ford, resident at 1617 North Ocean Shore Boulevard, Flagler Beach, Florida. First of all, thank you all for your service. Being on the commission, Ms. Mayor, Penny, Mr. Whitson. I came before you 2 years ago. Commissioner Cooley might remember. I know Commissioner Mealy might remember, to talk about the dune crossover at 16th Street. And specifically, what's happening at 16th Street is we're seeing, it's a very popular dune crossover, and we're seeing a lot of car traffic on the side of the road. So much so that right now you can literally, at times during the day, see 2 cars parked next to each other, side by side, on the side of the road. That's greatly encroaching on the dunes and on the seagrass. And this time of year is so important to the seagrass in that area. I mean, my windows look out onto that seagrass, and I see it sprouting up, and I see the seeds starting to form. It's so important that that doesn't get run over now, because if it does get run over, we're not going to have seagrass there next year, unless somebody basically goes and plants more seagrass. And I don't want to see that happen. So 2 years ago, when I made my impassioned plea to do something, I was unfortunately a citizen who brought a problem without an answer. I have come back and I presented, I think, everybody with essentially a proposed solution, and that is basically putting in essentially what we refer to in the business world as bollards, which are essentially poles essentially in the ground that would allow essentially demarc essentially a parking area and protect the dunes. All right. Now I want to thank Mr. Whitson. I want to thank the police chief. Both reached out to me in terms of, I realize that A1A is essentially a state highway, and I realize that that it's controlled by the DOT, by the Florida DOT. But I would like to help, if at all humanly possible, in terms of basically moving forward with perhaps a plan to at least start to basically look at how we might be able to put something in there to essentially control the traffic. And I think 16th Street is just one place. I mean, I happen to think, driving up and down A1A, it happens to be probably the worst right now, but I think this is a solution that would work everywhere in Flagler Beach. And I actually submitted some photos, including some photos, which I believe show that this could be done really, and maintain the casual tropic sort of, attitude of Flagler Beach. So again, I thank you for your attention, and I thank you for your service. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
Hello?
Hi.
This might be the Twilight Zone. My name is Mr. McKinley also. I was hoping he was going to stick around. I was hoping he'd get a kick out of that. I live 2 blocks away from, 2 blocks down from him at 2700 Annette Street, little dirt road.
Do you have a first name?
Excuse me?
First name.
Yeah, Dan, thank you.
Okay.
I'm speaking to the City Commission here this evening concerning a text that was forwarded that was written by either him or his wife, and it was picked up on one of the Flagler local home community services. They feel like they are being targeted. I have the copy of it right here from that. The Sea Grapes, since I live 2 houses down from him, they are coming over the 4-foot fence. And they're also coming over the 6-foot fence closer to his house, which, in all honesty, is not a traffic issue back there. However, they are going to grow. You mentioned that you have them at your house, or one of you did, and they grow as wide as they grow tall. They are going to encroach on that right away. And all my concern is that we maintain the ability to park there still. Originally, this was all started as an attempt to stop parking on the right-of-way beside their house. Signs were posted up there. The signs have been removed. We are grateful for that. We've had a great summer. A lot of people come up there with their families, and we're glad that we can use the right-of-way now. We feel that the Sea Grapes are a passive-aggressive tactic to do the same thing. They're going to continue to grow. They're going to discourage parking if they get to be too unruly. Now, if they're his, I don't think judging from him, I don't think he is going to come over there and trim them. It's going to be up to the city to trim them, or the neighbors will trim them if we're allowed to. Okay, and we do not feel that they are being targeted without merit. My wife and I moved here in 2006. We got our CO in November of 2006. Within a year or two, we received a letter from the city. It wasn't addressed to us. It was just, I think it was a general mail out stating what was allowed in the right-of-ways. And I'm sure a lot of people, maybe even me, have stuff that might be encroaching. And if we do, all it would take is say, hey, move it, and we would be glad to do it. This is not the same issue that he is having on his corner there, because his issue is more of a beach access issue. So anyhow, the city has spelled out what,
Just go ahead and wrap up.
okay. These lots were platted years ago, walkovers were placed for accessing the beach, the right-of-ways will allow the parking for that. We are not Daytona Beach where I grew up. We do not have off-beach parking here. Those right-of-ways are off-beach parking. If anything, maybe the city should just straighten out edges, clean them up, send a Bobcat in there, and let people know this is where you're supposed to be.
Okay.
As minimally as possible, so it's not trouble for the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Leslie Olson. I live at 2631 South Daytona. I'm very nervous up here speaking, but I know that you all are normal people. Hi, Debbie. We try.
I know some people debate that.
Well, I'm just nervous, but I wrote a little something in regard to the gentleman that, or the person that left early. As a resident of this neighborhood for over 20 years, I don't feel safe when I'm turning right or south onto A1A from 27th Street. My husband and I were waiting for the building inspector when they were discussing the no parking signs, actually. And while we were waiting for the building inspector to come just to measure and see what we were visually seeing in numbers, we actually saw one of our neighbors in a truck, kind of a high-riding truck, almost hit a low-riding bicyclist, not a motorcycle, a bicyclist on the sidewalk trying to turn south onto A1A from 27th Street. So when everybody got together after that, we did measure. Yes, the fence is 4 feet. It's a solid fence. Unfortunately, it's on a 2-foot berm. So then if you add 4 plus 2, it equals 6 feet of solid where you can't see around the corner unless you are driving just about out into A1A, which is frightening enough with the way they speed up before they get to the corner there. And now I forgot where I am. Okay, now we were talking about the sea grapes earlier. And yes, they are, I'm sure they're planted on their property line, but I remember you, Mr. Bryan, saying that they grow 10 feet tall and 10 feet wide, and that is going to be a problem for our tires to even be on the right-of-way, because if we're going to get scratched with our cars, our tires are going to become a safety issue with the police, and we don't want that. The right-of-way is for a beach business. I was also told by somebody that was told by Mr., not Dan McKinley, but the other McKinley, that the right-of-way was for utility vehicles only. And I thought, really? That's never happened here. And again, 20 years at the same residence. So I just was afraid that I didn't understand why I do understand why we can't comply with the stop signs right away. Being 30 feet, parking 30 feet from them, we don't have that many feet in the block to cover any parking after the 30. So that's something we'll have to take care of at a later date, and I get that. But we do love our community at 27th Street and that whole area. And we don't like to be fibbed or lied about, and this social media blurb that Dan McKinley had was something that I copied off that a neighbor had sent to me. And it was fibs and it was lies, and it was definitely an arrogant and a kind of a bully tactic to let everybody come to this meeting. Well, I didn't see anybody else but the regular people that we've been with for over 20 years. So we'd like to keep peace. Oh, that was my bell?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
That's okay. You
Peace
just
and
go ahead
fairness
and wrap it
is
up
all.
real quick.
We just want peace and fairness. Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you for everything that you're doing, too.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Okay, seeing none, we bring it back. And we had a couple of issues. Mr. Whitson, would you like to address those?
Yes, sir, I'd be happy to.
The one is on the water quality, and the only thing I can say on that is if you've taken a tour of the water plant, you'll have a great idea of how the water is treated, how much chlorine goes in it. You also see the daily reports of the water quality, how it has to, the quality that it has to the standards that it has to meet, as well as the reporting on a regular basis. So if you want to elaborate on that, you can.
Another reason to take the Citizens Academy.
Okay.
Yeah, I would encourage the Citizens Academy. Our staff is second to none. They have to comply with mountains of complex rules, and there's nobody, and I've been doing this a long time, does his job with as much pride and as much precision as Jim Raymer and Ehab and all the crew out there. So let's just say that I just respectfully disagree with the assessment of the water.
Okay. Well, like I said, I've been out there and I've looked at the water quality, and I just want to let everyone know there are standards that we have to comply with. There are reports that we have to report on a daily basis. There are tests conducted throughout the entire day. I'm okay with the quality of the water, and I hope everyone else is too. Move on to the software issues. I think I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just before you move on,
yeah.
Mr. Straits, just a request. If you could send myself, maybe copy all of us on some of those issues that are like those 3-year ones or something, obviously make it manageable. So maybe some bullets. Just don't bomb me with emails or it'd be too much. But I'd like to know what some of those are, and if you could just kind of maybe copy all of us together so we could see.
That is kind of summarize everything.
Yeah, it would be helpful. That was all I had.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I agree with that. Software, I think we had already addressed that. That's being addressed already as far as reporting. Doing crossovers. I don't know if the chief wants to elaborate on this, or maybe Mr. Whitson, but I know there's also some state regulations in regard to A1A, what kinds of poles or whatever you want to call them that can be put up, because they are considered to be a hazard to some degree, which also restrict us from being able to put those up. So you can also elaborate on that, Mr. Whitson.
Yes, the poles, they're a good idea, actually, but they have to be breakaway, and we'd have to get permission from FDOT to put them up, and then, of course, there's the expense of it all. And I think I agree with the gentleman that there's certain places along the barrier island that those things would be appropriate, and then there are places that they're not, where the dune is doing very, very well. So some of it can be controlled with signage, and actually has been controlled by signage, because I do a lot of biking up and down the island, and I can see where signage has made a huge difference without any kind of physical barrier. And then other places, people are just disrespecting it for whatever reason. So I think we have to pick and choose. And kind of where I'm coming from on this is that FDOT, DEP, all the other alphabet soup people are involved, and they are actually going to be pumping sand onto the beach. There's going to be a plant restoration initiative. We got that, presentation the other night. I'd like to see some of these things shake out, get all of the easements in place that the county needs, all of this kind of thing, and then we can swing around and have this discussion with FDOT. And in fact, maybe we ought to start the discussion soon, because it'll be several months before all of those things happen, but we could use this time to figure out, okay, where are the places that would be appropriate to have physical barriers, and where are the places that would not? And it's going to be a mixed bag, in my opinion.
Okay, I guess in the interim, and I defer to the chief of police on this one, but if there's an issue where you have cars that are dual parking and this kind of thing here, that's an enforcement issue as well, which they can, maybe, and I'm not trying to tell the police chief what to do, but
he's been out there doing it, and I'll be happy to have him speak to it.
Okay.
You go.
It's an easy number, 313-4911. If you see something, say something. Call dispatch and we'll come out and address it. We're at the same staffing level now we were in 2005. Short-handed. If you see something, we have 6 miles over here to cover and the other side of the bridge. If you see a car illegally parked, call us. We'll come write a ticket. Writing tickets is not the answer. Writing tickets is a failure. That means people aren't doing what you want them to do. Writing tickets is not the answer. Posting a rope and signage, that's the answer.
Okay, Mr. Ford, we got that number, right?
Comment on here.
Okay.
Oh, we got comments.
So I guess to one of Mr. Whitson's comments, I agree that, we need to kind of play it out and see what happens. But I guess my concern is that we're going to get all these plants put in, right? And I know we've all seen it. You put all these beautiful plants in. What happens? They just get trampled all over. And it's just like, wasting more money. And I think that when we do go put, I'd like to ask that when we do go to put in these new plants, that in those areas that we've identified, respectfully ask FDOT for the permission to put those in, because, being a South Side resident, I don't get up to the North Side as much, but, us that live on the South Side, it's not necessarily maybe vehicular traffic, it's the foot traffic and the trampling on the dunes over there. Not to, by the topaz, it's really, really bad over there, and that's one of the areas I think that...
And if you recall, the Army Corps of Engineers actually spoke to that in their presentation, and they said they were going to be doing something.
Okay.
And that was what I was alluding to, is we need to do that coordination with them. And then we also have the Dodge the Dunes education initiative we're working on as well, so.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we got an email or something from Amy with 1,000 signs or something like that, and lots of brochures about not walking on the dunes or parking on the dunes. So
That's part of the Dodge the Dunes program that she's enhancing.
right.
The mayor?
I live 1 block north of you, and I drive by this section of dune walkover 18 times a day. And we all know that I am an advocate of posts and ropes, and we know that posts and ropes would fix this. In the interim, could we have a citizen initiative? I am happy to be that citizen, to put even reflectors up to say, don't park past this point. That way, they're only in the ground this far. They can be easily taken up if we have a storm. If somebody hits them, they'll just run them over. Because we're not giving those plants, like you said, a chance to even grow. 1 block north, putting the sand fencing up, you can see how far the vegetation has grown into that area, because our police department put up the no parking signs, but I was thinking a reflector would be great.
I think the answer is yes. We did that on the south side, the extreme south side, and it has helped. It won't stop it, but it helps, and I don't see any problem with that.
Mr. Ford, I'd like to get with you, and personally, we can do it together. Take care of that.
Mr. Cooley?
Well, instead of reflectors, this particular scenario is the perfect candidate for sand fencing. Sand fencing meets the DOT breakaway requirements when it's put in with a little 2-inch wood stake thing. And you can put sand fencing. This is huge. When you get south of Flagler Beach, the sand fencing is much closer to the road than even this vehicle. Putting that up will stop the traffic, and unfortunately we're getting to the tail end of growing season, but it will still get taken over by vegetation. When the vegetation is there, that's when you're going to slow down the cars from driving on it. Slow down, I said, not stop. But honestly, I don't see reflectors working, but I'm not here to manage a project. But this is, if anything is a perfect candidate for sand fencing, it would be this particular scenario right here. It would also be a good experiment. It would cost almost nothing to put up. I'm sure citizens would be willing to put it up, or, heck, anybody. That's my food for thought on that. To put any signs up, it's misleading, because folks that don't know are going to see this big parking area, and you're going to have signs over here by the grass, or maybe even out in the gravel, and they're not going to understand what all that means. So you have a parking area, but then you have signs saying stay off the dunes. It doesn't make sense. The only way you're going to stop it is you put a real physical barrier up, which is the same thing we had consensus on 2 years ago to do, but we can at least start here, and it is minimal cost.
Do you think that's something we could have Bill and maintenance put up, is the post
Not without FDOT's permission.
Right.
The last time we talked, I'm sorry, the
No, that's
last time we talked to FDOT, they were not wanting us to put sand fencing up.
Now, the other
Oh, not
things that,
they want
you
it
could
further.
run over, I don't think they would, be on my case about that. But sand fencing or a barrier, yeah, they would make us take it down.
Just as a side note, this is not part of the vegetation project. It ends 2 blocks north of here. So they will not get vegetation. There is no vegetation slated for that.
Mr. Whitson, when was the last time we actually, went to them to ask for sand fencing? And I guess what I'm requesting, and just in discussion, is this something that we can address again and send them pictures and examples of what's actually happening, and just asking if they would at least consider this particular area for some sand fencing, at least for now, in order to address the problem?
Yeah, I think, if there's consensus for me to write a letter, we could do that.
I think we have to.
The easiest thing to do, as the mayor indicated, is just put the things in there that people could drive over. But if you don't want to do that, we could send a formal letter.
I think we should do both. Do one now and then still write the letter.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes, one of the things I think that we need to remember too, we're still in our infancy, and I think we've talked about it a little bit here, is that we also are a great American byway, and our whole stretch of Flagler beaches, and I really would like to see us start leveraging that. I think there's, and I will gladly take the lead with that, being on the Friends of A1A board, and find out what we can leverage there as well to maybe put some of this to our advantage, not only from the FDOT front, but also at the federal level. I don't know, again, we're in the same category as like Route 66 and the Pacific Coast Highway, so there could be some other avenues other than, and I don't know there if, again, with the feds getting involved at that point, they could, I'm not saying they put FDOT in check, but, hey, we have this designation, so there may be, again, I think we need to look at that designation to see how we can leverage that. Because again, it's that beauty that we have there of the dune, and that's what gave us that designation, was the ability to look out and you have the ocean on your right-hand side, and obviously you don't want to see just a pile of dirt there. You would love to see pretty vegetation. So again, maybe we can, look at that avenue as well as just another leverage point to, get some of these things addressed.
Do you think that we could get a joint letter between the organization that you're a part of, Friends of A1A, and combine it with the city manager's request and send them at the same time, maybe?
I think so. I think
that would have a great impact.
Okay.
Okay. I'll work with Danny then and
Of course,
see
it
what we
needs
can do.
more federal regulation, too.
Well,
it does, but, the barrier island moves in and out. It's a living, breathing system. Now, a lot of people understand that, but it does. It moves around. And we just got to make sure we put these posts and ropes, the sand fences, all of these things in the appropriate places. And the federal and state government, like it or not, they're all over this, and they watch it all the time, and we need to be their partner with this and put them in the places they would like to see.
Okay. So I guess we'll have a consensus here that we're in line here to...
I like the idea that James had here.
Great. Okay, the last item we had on here that I took notes on was the sea grapes on 27th Street, but I think that particular issue is already being addressed, unless you want to elaborate on it.
Let me just stay. I have no vendetta against any citizen whatsoever. Let's just make it clear. Second of all, this is about the ordinance this commission passed about the right-of-way management. There's a license process for putting things in the right-of-way. I was told those are not in the right-of-way. Oh, okay, well then we'll just get a surveyor and we'll find out if they're in the right-of-way or not. That's all that was about. Because if they're in the right-of-way, there's a proper process to manage them because they grow quite wide and high, and there is line-of-sight issues and parking issues. And so this is about the management of the right-of-way per the ordinance that you passed, nothing more. This is not about personal feelings. This is not about, getting even with anybody. This is about management of the right-of-way, which you directed me to do. And I've got a process with a code enforcement officer to do that. And so we were checking the right-of-way, see where it is, see if these sea grapes are planted within the right-of-way or are they on private property. Nothing more, nothing less. And I will be happy to work with Drew. And in fact, in this particular case, since he has an attorney, it will go to Drew, and we'll work it all out. No problem.
Okay. All right. I think that wraps up all the comments I had and some of the questions that were addressed. Anything else? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. We're going to move into the consent agenda. Any comments on the consent agenda?
I just had one on, I don't know if it got fixed on the minutes. Maybe just pull it for a question. Number 6.
Number 6? Okay, any other comments on 7, 8, and 9? Okay, we'll open this up for public comment. If anyone would like to make any comments on this consent agenda, or 7, 8, and 9? If not, I'll bring it back to the board for approval on 7, 8, and 9.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda 7, 8, and 9.
Second.
Okay, I got a...
Yeah, he seconded it.
Oh,
so
good.
he croaked.
I gave it
I got a half second. I got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We can go back and address number 6.
Okay, the only comment I had, and I've tried to break my habit of reading with the red pen, but I thought this one was important. In item 15, on page 3, 4 lines from the top, it says Commissioner Bryan expressed opinion that he is proposed to cutting the proposed salaries.
Oh, is that what it's...
Yeah, so I kind of thought that should say opposed.
I agree.
Yeah, normally I would have let that go, but I thought in that case. So, that's it.
Okay, I think the changes are made. Opposed? Okay.
If you want to approve them, just motion as amended.
As amended? Okay. Okay, do you have a motion to approve number 6 as amended?
I will make a motion to approve consent agenda number 6 as amended.
Do we have any public comment on number 6?
And I'll second it.
I'm sorry. I don't see any comments, we'll bring it back. And we got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We'll move on to the next item. What we're going to do is move number 12 up to number 10, which has to do with the half-cent penny, correct?
And Mr. Chairman, we have the superintendent of schools and her delegation here, and we will queue up her presentation while she comes forward, and you have some materials.
Well, we welcome you, and we certainly do support the school system.
Thank you.
And all the teachers.
The opportunity this evening. We do have an information PowerPoint to share. And I'm a loud talker, so I don't have to set to the mic.
You can move it to the side and speak into the mic so we can get the recording. Yes, ma'am.
Is the mic on? Do you see a green light?
If it's a green light, you're good.
Green is good. How's that?
Green is very good.
They're bringing up that PowerPoint now. So just Mayor Johnson and Commissioner, City of Flagler Beach, thank you so much for the opportunity for this agenda item. And for the public, myself and the district staff that are here tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of our school board. This is to inform regarding the half-cent sales tax renewal. This is a renewal. Arrows back and forth. All right. This will come before our voters on November 8th. And so I just want to have a few minutes, and I'll go through this briefly. I talk really fast. Everything that I'm sharing in this PowerPoint presentation, the information is loaded on our district's website. So if I run over something too quickly and someone wants to go back and refer to it because maybe their neighbor asked them a question about what does sales tax renewal mean to me when I don't have kids in the system anymore, you can be informed and be able to provide information appropriately on why it's making such a big difference for our schools here in Flagler. So once again, it is a renewal. All right, I'm hitting the forward button. And for the public, what this shows you right here is back in 2002, this first came before our voters Our school district was very visionary then, and they wanted to utilize an opportunity to get a half-cent sales tax to benefit our educational facilities and start to forward think about technology. And so for 10 years, once the voters put that in place in 2002, we did some amazing things with those sales tax dollars to start to put an infrastructure to support technology. 10 years later, 2012, it came back before our voters again. And favoritism once again moved forward to support the sales tax of a half penny benefiting the school district. We capitalized on that, and we continue to expand on our technology. Many of you might hear, hey, Flagler Schools, we have a one-to-one device. What that means is all of our students have a computer that they can take to and from school to utilize in the classroom. Also, it means that our teachers have a device that they can do some unique learning opportunities for our students. In addition, that half cent back in 2012, we started to enhance our school buildings with safety and security. We also utilized some of those dollars for improving our facilities and standing up some community areas, for instance, the Indian Trails field space that you see that many of our after-school programs in our community takes advantage of. All along, we started to think about how is this benefiting our residents? Well, as a resident, unfortunately, we do live on the coast, and we have these storms out there that sometimes it forces our residents to evacuate. When they evacuate, they go to our school buildings. Our school buildings are hardened to support an evacuation in a safe and orderly manner and try to keep our residents as convenient as possible until that storm passes. So those dollars are well spent, not just for our students, our teachers, and our employees, but also in benefiting the community. And as you know, when you talk amongst your neighbors and you talk about Flagler Schools, a quality educational school district is an economic driver. It brings new opportunities to our community. It improves your property values. So all of these are additional benefits that you need to be aware of. November 8th is very important for Flagler Schools because once again, this will come in front of all of the voters. What are we looking at going forward into the future? We're thinking about our workforce education and locally what is happening here and trying to grow our own students to come back and be leaders in our community, our doctors, our nurses, business owners, to continue to enhance this beautiful place that we live and we all call home. What we have capitalized on is making sure our classroom spaces are classroom to careers. I invite you to make an appointment through our Ed Foundation to please come in and visit our schools. You can see how some of our program designs are giving our kids classroom career experience before they even go off into the workforce. For example, at Flagler Palm Coast High School, we have a firefighter academy. We recently had graduates who now actually work in that organization, both locally and also up in Jacksonville. And I know it's hard for the public to see these pictures here, but what I'm going to go through really quick is the components that the half cent is supporting in our district. These are pictures right here. It demonstrates our instructional technology. I talked about that a few minutes ago. You can see a teacher there who's holding a device, walking around the classrooms. There are small group learning opportunities in which our students have their devices there, working on the instruction with the teachers. We talk about safety and security. You may or may not know. Recently, we collaborated with the local sheriff's department. All of our schools have sophisticated camera systems in our buildings in the event that there was a horrific event and we needed to send first responders and law enforcement. They have real-time access to the cameras in our schools so they can pinpoint where to send those resources in a timely manner. In addition, all of our schools, when you enter them, we have what is called a single point of entry. When you walk into our lobby, we kind of safely capture you in a space while we vet your credentials to make sure you are an appropriate visitor on our campus before we let you go into our school buildings to access our teachers and our guidance counselors or whomever your business is there to see. Additionally, we have classroom renovations that we have done. This afternoon, we had a wonderful opportunity with the Chamber of Commerce, and many of you in the room might have had partaked in that. We did a tour at FPC. We looked at our classroom renovations. That building that we're in today was built in 1990. If you think back when you were a student in high school, it's almost like rows, and the teacher was up here writing on a chalkboard. Our classrooms don't look like that anymore. When you walk into our rooms, they are inviting, they are creative, thinking opportunities for our students. We have a medical lab, we have a cybersecurity lab. If you go up to Matanzas High School, we have a law and order program. So once again, these are just a few programs to touch on. And again, I invite you to our district's website, and you can see more of the information there. That top right-hand corner, that demonstrates our firefighter academy. The bottom left-hand corner at Benell Elementary School, we have an agricultural program, so we're exposing our students to agricultural opportunities. We do have some wonderful farmlands in our community. We want to continue to neutralize and talk about environmental protections for those areas. So we're, once again, K-12, thinking about how we can get our kids excited about potential careers. The next slide here is going to talk about our operational efficiencies as part of our strategic plan. We want to be great stewards of our taxpayers' dollars. So we do everything we can to put in environmental controls to make sure our buildings are safe and healthy. We put in new HVAC systems. All of our buses have routing on them and cameras to make sure that we are moving our students safely around the community in a timely manner that is the most efficient to utilizing gas and things of that nature. On this next slide is the actual ballot language. And so we address in that ballot language what I have just kind of highlighted for you earlier, and that touches on our technology upgrades, retrofitting, equipping, all of our improvements I discussed earlier, school safety and facility and construction and renovation. The one thing this year that is new is we are expanding this sales tax opportunity, if it is uplifted by our voters, to include Imagine School. That is our charter school here in the community. They do wonderful things in a K-8 program, so they will benefit from this half penny if it is renewed again this year. Am I talking too fast?
No, doing good.
I could go for another 45 minutes, but I'm trying to read the room here. Just a couple reminders. This is not a new tax, so there is a misconception out there. This is not about your property taxes. This is a sales tax renewal. It is a half cent, and it benefits Flagler schools directly. So the money stays right here in Flagler County for Flagler schools and the charter school that I mentioned. Also, the tourists who come here, guess what? That half cent, when they make a payment, when they are contributing to their livelihood and their experiences here, it goes back and it benefits the school district. There's some key dates up there. I know the general public can't read that from where you're sitting, but it talks about the last date to register to vote, when early voting begins, and then, of course, the all-important date, November 8th, to go out and please vote for this. I am supposed to always talk about informing the public. I get excited about trying to demonstrate how important this is and very passionate. I have to walk a fine line. I'm not supposed to be here and advocate. In a minute, I'm going to bring Conlin up here. She is responsible for the Political Action Committee side of the House that talks about advocacy. At the end, we all benefit. We all benefit because a quality school district is an economic driver, and it does improve and impact your property taxes. So once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to present this information tonight, and I'm going to have Ms. Benko talk about our PAC.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Chair, City Manager Whitman, citizens of Flagler Beach. My name is Conlin Banco. I am the chair of the Half Cent for Flagler Schools campaign. I am a citizen, a private citizen. I do not work for the school district. By statute, your school district and their employees cannot go out in public forums or from the school and ask you all to vote for this. But as citizens, we can. So they need our help. And that's pretty much what a campaign is. This issue needs our citizens to stand up, because I hope what you just heard is that our school district has a competitive advantage of being the innovative leader in Florida. I hope what you just heard is that our school district is getting our kids ready to take on the world and be great citizens here in Flagler County and in Flagler Beach.
We are graduating at 10,000 students over that 10-year period, and through those classroom to careers, they're ready to go out and take on the world. And then I hope what you also just heard is we're delivering an individualized education to each and every kid. And what that really means is that kids can get what they need faster. Classroom teachers can tell them, tell parents what their children need faster. So we want to keep this. We want to make sure that we keep $80 million over the next 10 years here in this, in our local economy. And we want, I really need your help. We've got 47 days to get our voters, get this message to our voters. And what we know is that they hear it, that the vast majority of them will vote yes, because they know it's for our kids. They know it's for our future. And it's been here for 20 years, and we want to make sure it stays here for at least another 10. I have the privilege of working with not only our superintendent, but also some of the hardest working staff you will see. They're represented tonight by Ms. Teresa Phillips and Ms. Maria McGovern. They work for our wonderful tech department and making sure that all of this magic happens. And also I get to work with the most amazing executive director of our Education Foundation. We all work together as a team to get this message out, and our executive director, Teresa Brazo, is here tonight as well. So I encourage you all to go to halfcentforflaglerschools.com, and if you're able to, give your time, treasure, or talent, and help us get the word out and get a yes for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sure we have a lot of comments up here, but I was a board member for the Education Foundation in St. Johns County. I'm a former teacher in one of my lives, as well as she's definitely a teacher, all of her entire life. But just to address a couple of things, and that is, I mean, having come from St. Johns County, one of the things that I talked about when I was a member of this workshop for the interlocal agreement this year as well, is that the reason St. Johns County is so desirable is, I'm not going to say it's the best school system in Florida anymore, but it was considered to be that. And that's why the property values are so high, and that's why so many people were migrating to St. Johns County, because it was because of the school system. So that is very important here in Flagler, and I advocate for it. I believe in the school system. I believe that, you know, we got to have great schools for the students. And some of the things, and just let you address this, because some of the comments that we hear, some of our older folks, I've got a birthday coming up, so I'm not going to say how old I am, but a lot of folks that are, you know, in Florida, they say, well, why should I pay for this? I don't have any kids in school. So I'm sure you'd like to address that, because at some time or another, somebody paid for their education. So I'd just like for you to at least comment on that particular comment, just to help educate some people, and then I'll let my fellow commissioners make their comments.
Chair, I think you said it perfect. At some point, someone paid for us to be in public education, right? And take advantage of the opportunities for quality education. I believe the half cent provides an opportunity for Flagler schools to be lifted above everyone else in the surrounding counties, to elevate us to a new level of making sure we're utilizing resources to really make a difference for our students. And I think the good stewardship for the past 20 years that has been presented in terms of everything that this school district has done speaks volumes for itself. Future leaders are our students, and the impact to this community is telling. I think our students tell a great story. They advocate for themselves. The multi-generational families that you see in Flagler County is a very special thing. And so I think that is something that we should try to capitalize on as well. You're paying it forward. We do have a lot of out-of-state residents moving into our county because they see how beautiful our county is. They also hear about our school district. They also recognize our community has some planned out areas, and working together with all the governmental entities within the school district support, I think it's just telling on this is a place that people want to come, whether they're retiring or they're going to raise their family. It plays itself together. It's a fabric. Our students are out there doing externships, working in the local businesses. That is huge. That is a tremendous opportunity. We push into different resources. We have community-based instruction. So families, even though they're retired, are benefiting from our kids and their willingness to go out and contribute to their community in those service projects.
And they just, one of your high schools just submitted an entry for our fountain design.
Fantastic.
So Commissioner Bailey, I know you're biting at the bit.
Yesterday, I went to the Tiger Bay, Flagler Tiger Bay meeting, and the speaker was a woman who's in charge of Advent Health for all of Northeast Florida. And she talked about the importance of the relationship with the schools. But I was very impressed with the number of students that were there that are interested in joining the medical field at one level or another, and how mature they were. A couple of them, they just walked over to me, this little old lady sitting at a table, and like, hi, who are you, what do you do for a living? And they just started chatting. And I was like, wow. So it was a very pleasant experience. And I know that you have the law program and the fire program, which I think are excellent as well. And the bottom line is, why should people who don't have children, it comes down to your property values. If you don't have a good school system, your property values will definitely be lower. Thank you for all you do, all of you.
There's that point that I have never heard, so it's a new perspective, is our schools are our evacuation sites for everyone in the community. Never has that even crossed my mind as a reason why that this is beneficial to every single resident in this community. So thank you for bringing up that point. And then I wanted to share something, and then I do have a question. I did not also know that the half-cent sales tax was for the transportation with the mapping of the school buses. This morning, that's an app that I use every day. It's called Map the Bus, or
Where's my bus?
Where's my bus? And my daughter called me this morning and said, Mom, the bus driver isn't going to the school. We're now heading away from the school. And so I was able to call the district. She's like, Mom, I think we have a rogue bus driver. And as we know, there's lots of things that are going on in the community. And you could hear the students very alarmed on the bus this morning. And I was able to call the district, give the bus number, locate where that bus was. And immediately they were able to track it down and determine that they were going off route on purpose. But for everyone else, we now know, and we were able to track our children, which was really nice. And then my question is I know that this half sales tax in the previous years has helped fund the laptops and iPads, which was very critical during COVID. It allowed our students to stay ahead. If we lost this half-cent sales tax, would that program of the laptops and iPads, would we start to see it go away?
Absolutely, it would erode over time. I think the sustainability of those machines has longevity to it, and there was visionary planning in how we rolled those devices out. We also try to stage those devices so they don't all go offline at one time. But you see technology, look at your phone, how quick that changes. And if we are not able to maintain that pace through an additional revenue source, other than what we've given from Tallahassee, we would fall behind the curve again. And to your point, Mayor, that is outstanding in terms of during COVID, we were able to stand up a virtual platform overnight. Many other districts didn't even have devices for their students. They had to undo computer labs and figure out how to get those devices out to students. We never had to do that. We did not skip a beat. What we learned was we had rural areas in our community that did not have wireless access. And so our governments got together, and we have now almost blanketed the entire Flagler County with the ability for our students to have wireless access to go home and do their studies. And if they don't, we provided hotspots. So that was on the cutting edge and would not have been possible without that half cent.
Thank you.
Can I add something? Yeah. I want to thank you for bringing up the bus piece. This is an example of how we are the innovative leader in Florida. Broward County is just now taking on that best app, which I absolutely love as a parent.
I pull it up every day.
Every day.
Multiple times.
Yes. And I also want to mention, talking about a lot of these programs, there's an opportunity if you go to to sign up with the Ed Foundation soon to take a tour of the schools, because there is nothing like hopping in the bus with these three lovely ladies and going around and taking a look at all of this for yourselves. Seeing it is, we just cannot capture everything this encompasses here, unfortunately.
Awesome. Mr. Sherman.
So I would like to first tell you, I work in higher education. I work at Embry-Riddle, and actually one of my students in one of my classes is a graduate from FPC. And, you know, just it's impressive to see the product that comes out of this county and into the, you know, college system. And then I also had a undergraduate student worker, kind of going along the lines with what Commissioner Muley has been saying about how impressive our students are in this county. He was an aerospace engineering student, and how prepared he was for the rigor of that program coming. I can believe he went through one of your programs that were, and you know, STEM intensive, that prepared him for the rigor of our aerospace engineering program at the institution. So I was impressed with that.
Yeah, they have a lab. Well, you used to. I went on a tour years ago.
We do, yes, ma'am.
They had a lab that a teacher from Embry-Riddle would come and teach the class.
Yeah, that's at Gates Academy or something along those lines.
I forgot the name.
Yeah, and you know, I guess as you know, I see here land acquisition. Well, I've got a little one starting kindergarten next year, so maybe if your land acquisition, you could put a middle school maybe a little bit closer on the side. You know, that would be just my request. You know, I mean, because but no, that's all I have. I mean, you know, but thank you guys for all that you do for our kids here in this county.
Mr. Phillips.
Just want to say thank you for the excellent presentation. I will be voting for this, and I will be spreading the word. I actually had no idea this was even part of our tax, our sales tax, so thank you for the information.
Yeah, one other thing, I don't know if I can make this happen, but the Flagler Women's Club is having a Meet the Candidates night. And if one of the people who are allowed, I know you're not allowed to, but I have to talk to the, I don't know, Debbie, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, right at
She's
the
an
end.
officer, too.
Yeah, right after.
Invite us. We'd love to come and share.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right at the end of.
You know, maybe like a 2 or 3 minute.
I think it'll be great.
Okay, I'll talk to the
Yeah,
woman
and we
in
can have it
charge. see
present
what she-
like that. We have a TV.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Cooley.
Well, I know I'll be voting for it. I was actually a little disappointed when, and Kathy, you might have to, the nuts and bolts of it, the county commission made some decision that this ended up going to ballot. That was a choice by them, and that was disappointing. It originally didn't need to go to ballot, correct?
It always needs to go to ballot. It depends, they made some statutory changes on if it could be in the primaries or on the November. We always have to bring it forward to the Board of County Commissioners for our referendum to be approved by them to be placed on the ballot. So that process did move along fairly smoothly.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, it's, to me, yeah, it's something that I will be, you know, talking with anybody I can about. I was outspoken about the builders with the mitigation fees. I was active on social media about that. And so it's important. And, you know, our school system, our ratings right now are kind of at a teetering point. We can do things to make them better, or they're going to slip on their own. And we really have to make sure that we're cognizant of that.
Okay, I think we'd like to thank you all for coming up.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, given the sentiment of support, would you like for this group to bring the resolution back for a formal proclamation for formal approval by this board?
Sure.
And that way it gives you a second bite at the apple and more exposure in terms of our support.
I just have one brief comment to thank you for reminding me, Mr. Cooley, about the ballot. This is actually going to be the last item on our November ballot. It'll be on the back. So I'm just going to go ahead and encourage everybody to flip that ballot over and vote our kids first.
Oh, boy, that's not good.
So, just had a comment. Is the best way of doing this a proclamation? I just, you know, originally I thought it was very odd to recognize a lobbying group, a political action committee on a upcoming vote on a ballot item. I thought that was a very strange use of a proclamation. Is there a better way without putting political action committees and, if you do this political action committee, which we all agree is great, we're all supporting it, right? What about all the others? I just worry that is a proclamation the correct forum for this subject versus what else can we do would a letter be better, or is there a better avenue for this?
I'll defer to our attorney.
I don't think a letter accomplishes the same thing. I mean, I think what the proclamation is accomplishing is the opportunity at the podium. It is the time in front of the electorate. And a letter, I mean, it's not like we're writing a letter to Tallahassee. This isn't something where we're advocating to another agency for something. This is appeal to the electorate, and I think the time here is the most valuable resource you have to give. And I don't have concerns over this political action committee versus that one. You have this is your floor on these proclamations. It is the city's proclamation, so you don't have to award a proclamation to another group if this body doesn't agree with that message. So you're not tying yourself into a First Amendment issue with these proclamations, because the proclamation is the government's own speech. You're not giving a forum to somebody else for their speech. You are giving a proclamation as your speech saying, we support you. Does that help?
It does help.
Resolve the concern?
Yeah, because I worry if we are writing proclamations for ballot issues, what's that going to dictate in the future? But if you're not concerned about it, that's...
If you think about the things if you just look at the proclamations we had tonight, I mean, while they may not be political action committees, they are definitely politically engaged groups. And that kind of is often what we're awarding proclamations about. This, you may have a formal organization, but the same analysis from my end applies.
Okay, so we had a lot of discussion and a lot of exposure on the half-cent penny tax. I think you're getting support from Flagler Beach.
Absolutely.
We'll bring back a proclamation
Yes.
on the next agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is number 11, which is the interlocal agreement.
Old 10.
Old 10.
Old 10, which is now 11, or 10A. Or 10A. Karen Miller. I don't know if you have any comments regarding this, but you can come forward if you like, and I'll try to fill in on whatever you don't.
Sorry. I really don't have any comments other than I want to say publicly.
I need your name and your organization.
Karen Miller, CRA Director,
Just for the
City of
record,
Flagler Beach.
Thank you very much.
You're
sorry.
welcome.
It's a formality I have to make sure that we go through.
I want to make it public. The working group, which consists of all of the 5 cities, have worked very, very hard to get this interlocal to where it's at today. There was a lot of give, take, you name it, but I think that at the end of the day, this is the best that we can do. It provides for a mechanism for developers to know ahead of time if they have to meet concurrency and pay their fair share of mitigation, they know when to expect to pay it. Whereas now, it's not like that. Everybody's different. So this made it a unified effort that everybody follows the same thing, which in turn I think is good. And I know the development people are happy about it because that's really what they wanted to accomplish. Not get rid of concurrency or that kind of thing. It was more of a stable way of knowing when to pay what. The other thing, we learned a lot. How student attendance and enrollment is figured out, what the Department of Education role is, just a ton of things that personally, I knew nothing about. So I'm just saying they did an excellent job. Drew, thank you for all your help too. And if you have any questions, let me know and I'll try my best to answer them.
Okay, I think it's important that the people in general understand to some degree what we have been doing for 3 months, 4 months. And I say we is because I was a part of the working group with Karen and some of the other members of the other municipalities in discussion about how the development community was going to pay their fair share of dollars that goes towards the impact that they're having on the communities. In other words, every time you build a development, there are kids that come to that development, that comes to the community. And one of the schools that was used a lot was, what is the name of the school on, right out 2 miles? Old Kings Road. And some of the discussion had to do with how overpopulated, if you will, that particular school is. And with new development coming right here in the area, we're talking about the gardens, we're talking about the apartments, we're talking about a lot of development coming here, and the impact those particular communities are going to have on Old Kings Elementary School as well as the high school and other schools. So what we got engaged with was, and what the developers wanted to know was, what was a fair time for them to pay their fair share of school concurrency? What percentage should it be up front? What happens if they start a development and then things go south like it did in 2010, where the development is not going to be complete in another 5 or 10 years? Are they responsible for paying all of that concurrency up front? Or how many years down the road should they be obligated to start paying those dollars? What happens if that particular development falls and someone else comes in to take over that development? And Drew, correct me if I'm going off track here, as I'm trying to explain things a little bit here. Does the new owner take over the concurrency? Does it get transferred with the property? So those are the kinds of discussions that we've had for a lot of time here, and in regard to what was fair for the developer and what was also fair for the schools, because the schools are obligated on the hook because they actually have to have so much money up front in order to start the building of a new school, in order to get the bonding and these kinds of things here too. So Karen is right. There's a lot that went into this whole process that I learned as well. But I think that it was important that we all get on the same page so that the developers knew that what we did in Flagler Beach, how we collected those dollars, as well as Bunnell, Palm Coast, and the county, we're all on the same page. So if you want to continue elaborating on that, Drew and Karen, please do.
I think you covered it from my perspective. You didn't say a word wrong, so I'm good.
Okay. First time.
Well, and I also wanted to just want clarification, because there could be some confusion in the public. For many years, we didn't have a problem with having enough capacity for these new children coming in. Now we do. And although this type of agreement was already in place, when we started looking at the fact that, oh, wow, we don't have capacity, and then developers are saying, well, wait a minute, it's not fair because everybody's paying at different times. That's when we decided to look back at the 2008 agreement and come up with this agreement that is now going to take its place. It may not be needed if we have plenty of room, but it's necessary to be able to make sure that we have enough capacity for all the children that are coming in.
Because if you don't have the capacity, then the developer cannot start. He can't do anything. So unless that is clear, unless the school understands that they're going to be able to get the dollars they need in order to meet the capacity that's going to be brought by that development, then you can run into a stalemate there where the developer is saying, it's not fair here because they're saying you don't have capacity, therefore I can't even pull any permits or do anything.
And the critical point being that the old agreement was going to expire. And right. In fact, we have passed the original date, but it was extended. So I think we need to move forward in getting a new agreement in place. And I commend Karen and the chairman and Drew and everybody that worked on this, because I just didn't have time. It was very complex, and it required a lot of meetings to get to this point. So
It did,
thank
but we got through it, and Drew, I commend you. You work with the other attorneys and all in order to get through this, because, I mean, at sometimes we were in fact butting heads.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a lot of times, because we couldn't come to an agreement on anything. But we all managed to get through it.
Somehow you got there.
We got there. Any comments?
Yeah, I had
comments? Go ahead, Commissioner.
William kind of helped me with this yesterday, but I thought, in reading through it, I found this paragraph about the local planning agency, and I thought it meant we had to have somebody from the school board be on our planning board. And that kind of bothered me. But I got the answer that somebody would be invited to come if a new development is being planned and being voted on.
When it impacts densities.
Right? Okay. So
if we were, having a development that we were annexing in and it was increasing the demand on the schools, well, then we would have them sit as an ex officio, but otherwise we don't need it.
Yeah, they wouldn't be a voting member.
And that's a statutory thing. That comes from Florida statutes.
Yeah, I wrote that down.
Yeah, it's ex officio, but they can sit at the dais and they can actually, talk to and everything else and make comments, but they don't vote.
Right, but they wouldn't be at every planning board meeting just when this...
Palm Coast has them on every planning board meeting, but that doesn't mean they need to be there, so...
Good for Palm Coast. Then in shared use of facilities, again, I guess this is statutory since it says a big, long Florida statute number there. The local governments will consider where feasible the co-location and shared use of facilities. So I wasn't real clear on what that meant.
It's an aspirational paragraph. It doesn't really accomplish anything. It just says we'll agree to agree. So it doesn't cause me any concern. And yes, there is a statute that basically says the same thing. It's almost incorporating the statutory language.
Okay. And again, this is statutory, but level of service in comprehensive plans. Local government shall also identify within the capital improvement element of their respective comp plan the facilities necessary to meet level of service. So it's more work for us to have all that in there. And there's some new thing we have to have in our comp plan, some whole new element. I think it's separate and apart from that, but I think those were mine. Yeah, that was it. So.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Drew, but I believe that we already have the school facilities as part of our comp plan, and the level of service is at 100%.
I believe
I may be wrong.
so, but I'm not positive. I looked at it recently.
All right, I'm good.
You good? Any other comments? Of course,
I have a quick question for Drew. Is there an expiration of this interlocal agreement, or is it evergreen?
It doesn't have a specific expiration, and actually the other one was expiring. The old one was expiring because the county said that they were terminating.
Okay.
And so if you look at 9.3, that's where, so it does continue on until somebody pulls out. But what triggered the movement on the 2008 agreement was the county saying, we're giving you our notice that we're terminating our participation in the agreement.
Thank you.
And that was also because there was a statute that said that you didn't necessarily have to have concurrency, correct?
You don't have to have, they changed the statute so school concurrency is no longer a required element, it's an optional element in comprehensive plans, which was part of the debate, but really kind of, it all got rolled in as the parties took their negotiating, positions. But really, that's two separate things than what the county was just saying, we're opting out of the agreement.
Right. And that's what made it so difficult and complex in the beginning and it caused a lot of problems because you had different municipalities in the county and everyone else saying something totally different because this municipality says, oh, no, we want to support the schools and we want this, but the county's saying we don't. Commissioner, how about you?
I did. Unfavorable opinion on this. It's disappointing, the end result of this. This shows the power of campaign contributions and lobbying groups on the effect of some of our local politicians. That's disappointing. And I'll be the one to say it.
Any other comments? Okay, so we have to open this up for public comment.
Just on Drew, it's addressed in our goals, the concurrency for school management in our comprehensive plan. Specifically in the public facilities element and the future land use element.
Okay, so we have any public comment we'll bring back to the board?
Oh, Mr. Daly.
I have a question, Steve
I'm
Daly.
sorry, I didn't see you.
Okay, I just, on this, so the developers are paying up front, so you don't end up with bond issues for the people that live here already? So the money's going into a pot? Is that what this means?
Only a percent.
I know it's only a percentage of it, and I'll let Drew elaborate on it, but that's what a lot of the discussion was about, was when the developers actually are required to pay.
Right. Because it's kind of like they're making an investment.
They don't want.
And if they don't want, I mean, to me, there's an out in a way, because like you're all concerned if the development doesn't go. Everywhere the developer should pay so much up front, they should have all the skin in the game. I mean, it's like any other development. I'm just going to say.
Okay, I'll let you finish and then we'll comment.
Okay, because it's like a ball field. I mean, I lived in Nashville and we built a football field for somebody. And we put all the money in up front and we still have to maintain it. Now, if they pulled out, we lost. If the football team didn't make it, we were on the hook as the taxpayer. They weren't. So I read all the articles about developers, and they're going to fight to pay as least as they can. That's what they do. But they should have to invest so much that they have to hope, or they have to have a way to say, I know I'm going to sell 400 houses. Now, if you say, oh, you only have to put in a little bit, well, if I only get 100 sold, then I can get out of the thing, I'm good. But if they have to sell the 400 houses, sell all the lots, because they have to cover an expense. And that's just like any other investment. They should have to put in more in the upfront. It's just the way I see it, reading all the articles. And the least you make them put in, the less they have on the hook, like anybody else. And I'm putting it all on the hook because I'm going to pay more because the school has to be built faster than they get the money in there. It's just the way I see it.
Okay, thank you, sir, and we'll elaborate on that, and Drew, you can go ahead and talk about the...
I was just going to say, he wasn't in any of the meetings, but he hit the nail on the head on what the real debate was, I think, through most of those meetings, that was it, is how much, how early, and when. And to where you started off with the question as to, does this mean there won't be bonds? It certainly makes it less likely the school board would issue bonds. The school board always has the same right as anybody else to issue bonds, and their needs fluctuate and change like the rest of us. But that was one of the major discussion points, is as they showed how the math works, is if developers of course want to wait until the last possible moment to pay as little as they can, and the school board wants it as early as possible so that they can budget for and build school facilities. And the school board, the meeting that I was at, they came in with a very good presentation that showed the math. This is why pushing it earlier helps us avoid having to issue bonds. If we don't have it by this point in time, we have no choice but to issue bonds. So that you kind of hit exactly what those discussions were.
Okay. Seeing no other comments, I'll bring it back to the board.
Well, the agenda says to consider.
Discussion.
What are we doing?
Well, just motion to approve if that's how you're inclined.
Say that.
Make a motion to approve the interlocal agreement for public school facility planning.
Okay. Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Penny, you can call the roll.
I think James got it before you, James.
James before Jane.
And I think I start with you. Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Chair Bryant?
Yes. Okay, and the motion carries unanimously. Okay, we move on to the next item, which is number We could call it 11, we'll call it 12, since the other one was 11.
The old 11.
The old 11.
Old 11.
Resolution 2022-15, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending Resolution 2021-23, which adopted the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to reflect the budget amendment, providing for conflict, providing an effective date hereof.
Hello, good evening. It's totally up to you. I can go over and read the background of each one of the items that we have listed here, or I can just address questions, whichever you would prefer.
What is the pleasure of the board?
I personally would like you to cover background on each one.
Okay, perfect.
That's me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think for the public, I mean, we obviously have it in
Right.
front of us, but I
Okay.
think for the public, yes.
All right, no problem. I will definitely do that. So the background of this resolution is there are certain departments and line items that we need the budget amended to cover those additional expenses that are over and above what we had in the plan. The first item is in the general government department. This item here, the city has initiated a ARPA mini grant program with Flagler Strong. The total of the program is $373,000, and this will be covered by all the ARPA funds that we have received, and we have received the full amount of funds, so we received that.
Before you go further,
Yes.
thank you for that last statement you just made. When you started out, you said that we are going to have to change. It's more than, you intimated that we're going to raise costs in a budget item.
In this
Meaning that the average person would think, oh, you know, we had $10 in the budget and now we're going to spend 15.
Okay.
Okay, so the fact that you said this money is all coming from the government should be helpful.
Yes.
But, okay.
Okay. No, you're exactly right, Jake.
Was it clear what I just said?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And there are a couple other items in here as well, so maybe that wasn't the best way to address it, but in this particular case, these dollars for the small mini grants are covered by the ARPA funds that we have received from the federal government. Okay. Item number 2 is in the actual commission department. These are for election expenses. The election expenses are usually shared amongst Bunnell and Beverly Beach. Since no one actually consented the seats in those two other municipalities, the costs were not shared, so they were all absorbed by the city, and so an amendment will be needed from the unrestricted general fund for $2,800.
Okay.
And we could save that money by not having elections.
There you go. Just keep
Kind of hard to do that one. Savings account.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. Item number 3 is in the police department. During the budget meetings for the 22-23 budget, the police department had requested some additional funds for some equipment. The driver's license scanners, citation printers, live scan biometric fingerprinting, and then city ID cards. At that particular time, the commission had decided not to fund those. Chief does have fund and favorability currently in his plan to actually cover those additional items.
Translation, we saved money other places so we can spend it if you choose on these items.
Right. So those 3 items, as well as a law enforcement radar kit that he would like to purchase as well. The total of all those pieces of equipment is approximately $32,062. We do have quotes to back up that number. So he is just requesting that we can go ahead and purchase that this year. Okay. Item number 4 in the recreation department, this is Pal Parker. They had increase in their professional service due to an updated environmental assessment that needed to be done, as well as construction review and oversight. We do have some favorability in another construction line of approximately $17,000 to cover the overage of $48,000, but we will need an additional $31,000 from the unrestricted general fund to cover this. Item number 5, the T&D Water Transmission and Distribution Department. This is in regards to the telemetry system, the meter reading project. We currently had in the budget $850,000. The total project is going to be ending up costing $942,000. At the end of last year, $200,000 should have been booked as a reserve. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. But we don't actually need the full $200,000. We only need about an additional $108,000 coming from the fund in order to cover that.
Because we saved money on the project.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Item number 6, the Sewer Collection and Lift State and Maintenance Department. We have contracted with CPH Consulting, and they've been contracted to provide on-call engineering services for the city. The scope of service for this task includes the assistant with sewer system investigation concerning I&I, gravity sewer lining, and lift station rehabilitation. The compensation for all the services necessary to complete the work as described in this task shall be time and material not to exceed $25,000. The $25,000 will be split between sewer collection and lift station. We do have the funds in the lift station maintenance in order to cover their portion. However, we do need the $12,500 in sewer collection fund in order to cover that expense. Okay. Item number 7, the utility fund expense. The city has a contract with Mead and Hunt for design and permitting of the Roberts Road water main in the amount of $39,598. This particular project will be funded with water impact fees. In 2021, the state of Florida modified Section 163. Do I need to list all that?
No,
okay, yeah, okay. So which requires the city to report water and sewer impact fees in a separate fund. So before this statute, everything was reported in the utility fund, which is 401. So when we had our auditors come in, James Moore came in and told us we had to keep all of those impact fees in a total separate fund. So that's when we created Fund 402. So anything associated with impact fees is going to be going to its own separate fund.
So we're not changing the amount of money, we're merely moving it.
You're just moving it around and making sure the auditors have addressed
Yes,
the
that is
cleanup.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And then item 8 basically goes hand in hand with item number 7. It's basically moving the budget itself out of Fund 401 into Fund 402.
That's that separation.
Yes. Okay. And then the last item is in the stormwater fund. We had contracted with Wright Piers in order for the city to be compliant with the statute called House Bill 53. The total cost of that service was $38,200, and then so we will need an amendment from the stormwater fund in order to cover that cost.
Thanks to our friends in Tallahassee, another unfunded mandate expense.
I was just going to say that. And then you have a summary statement.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm all
So
through
just,
this, James,
these
you
are
know
all
that.
in various buckets, so she just kind of summarized the impact in each.
Yeah, absolutely. So by fund, you can see the impact for each one of the funds. The utility fund, use of the unrestricted fund balance of $104,500. Utility impact fund is the $39,958. Stormwater fund, use of the unrestricted fund balance of $38,200, and then out of the general fund, a use of $33,800.
So again, as staff, we can't just move all this money around and do as we please. We have to come in front of you and publicly disclose how we're going to resolve these matters in the management and administration of the current budget.
You did a great job.
Yeah, this is...
I'd like to commend Rhonda for stepping in and really helping out and doing a job since we lost our finance director.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
superb
that.
job. And I really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Very clear, Rhonda.
Thank you.
Okay, any comments? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I just had a question about the $32,000 in salary that we're going to reallocate. Is that going to, if we need to hire another police officer or anything, is that going to have any ramifications on salary or anything?
No, this is from the existing fiscal year.
Okay.
And we're almost to the end of the fiscal year, so we're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless Chief has any.
To answer the question, Commissioner, no, that will not affect anything in next year's. And I echo the sentiments about Rhonda. She's been an absolute pleasure to work with. And the $32,000 that I requested to reallocate still leaves $101,000 in salaries that we didn't use back to the general fund. And that doesn't include an additional monies for benefits, workman's comp. So there's probably $200,000 that the police department budget didn't use. And I know during the budget season, we were talking about taxing folks twice. This is a great way to use $32,000 that we had already budgeted to get equipment instead of asking for it in 2 years from now at a higher price.
Thank you.
I mean, just to follow up on that, I did go over a lot of these items with the chief before we went through the budget, and I know there's also some cost savings because some of the things that he was actually having to have, like fingerprint done by other agencies and all, he's going to be doing that in-house. So there are some benefits to actually buying some of his own equipment.
Yeah, plus he probably would be bringing these items back next year, and they'd be more expensive.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Cooley.
I have different thoughts. For item 3, I have an issue with the methodology used to bring this forward. So even reading this request being submitted for consideration during the budgeting process for fiscal year 22-23, the decision modules for the following equipment were completed and submitted for consideration. The commission declined to fund this equipment in the 22-23 police department budget. We said no to this, and here we are, and it's already being brought back. And, we're saying, okay, well, we saved money because, and I don't really want to talk about the police stuff. I want to talk about the methodology used. So we had savings in the budget, and then we want to use it to get equipment that we were already told no. We as a commission didn't say we don't have the money. We didn't say anything like that. We said no, not this year. And here we are a month later or 2 months later having it brought back again, say, well, you said no and you didn't want it this year, but we're going to ask again. So if you use this methodology for stuff like this, you're going to have all these departments potentially running short. So we didn't get a project done, or we didn't hire this position, or we didn't have all these little hypothetical things, and we saved money, and now now at the end of the year with this money savings, now we want to buy stuff that we wanted to get that we got told no on. And I don't like that methodology. That's anti-productive. You hit what you were supposed to do with budgeted money. Now, when we say that this is a savings, that's misleading also. Look at the next line. Recreation's over by 31,000. What about all the other dozens of things that came up throughout the year that we're over budget on? If you remember last year, just a couple meetings after we approved the budget, the city manager came forward and wanted to add a position. That wasn't budgeted. It ended up being put in there after the budget got done, and all the other things that we're over on. The methodology used to do this, in my opinion, I'm not for. This is always the more approach. When we did the decision modules, we had a consensus that it was not needed this year. And I don't want to get into like the police equipment topic. It's this. We're not saving. Let's be real. We're way over on many things, more so than what we saved as a city, if you look at general. So we need to be smart about what we're doing here. And we can't say, well, this one department saved this money, so that allows us to turn around and spend it again. That's not okay, because what about all the other departments that run over? The next line is over by almost that amount. And then, you look at all these other things, item 2 went over, item 4 went over, item 7 went over, item 8 went over, item 9 went over. And so some of those are enterprise, some of those are general, but they are all things that run over. And look at all the things that happened this year that we had to change and add and add and add. We can't just keep adding and then look at something and go, well, we saved it here, so let's spend it anyways. Because then you're just adding more. You got to draw a line somewhere. We said for this decision module, and that's the entire point of doing the decision modules during budgeting, we said no, not this year. Is it going to be expensive in 2 years? We don't know. Electronics go down in price, not up in price. So I don't know what rationale we're using to come up with saying it's going to be more. So that's my thought. I don't like that rationale. I don't want to spend a year having decision modules brought back up that we said no to over and over again. And I want to make a budget and then stick to a budget. And then if you want to make some small changes, that's fine. But to me, this is very sloppy. This is not what healthy and accountable government should be doing, in my opinion. That's all.
Okay, I respectfully disagree, in particular in this particular area here. I personally sit down with each one of these department heads to find out why they want any particular item on here. One of the top priorities that we had during our strategic planning was safety and security. And when I sit down with the chief, and I understand what you're saying, but when I look down and I said, explain to me why you need this scanner, why do you need this item here, why do you need a fingerprint device? Well, because we're contracting the county to do this. We're sending this out. It's taken us long to do that. Another item that's going to be obsolete where they won't be able to write tickets, and that's a ticket device that they use in the police cars. Within the next 6 to 8 months, manual ticket writing is going to be obsolete. So they're not going to be able to actually write a ticket per se in the car because the state's going to say this is not an acceptable method. So I concur with you to some degree, but by the same token, I think you have to look at each department because this is an agency, a government agency that you can't really run like you do a business because we have other entities that pulls our strings, these unfunded mandates that we're talking about here. So, and I can understand what you're saying, but when it comes to safety and security and these kinds of things here, I have to say we have to make some exceptions because there are some things that you just can't just keep moving the goalpost or kicking the can down the road saying we'll do it next year. What happens, and these kinds of things do in fact go up. This is an electronic device, but they do in fact go up. Because I looked at the prices. What does it cost last year? What is it going to cost this year? What is it going to cost next year? What is the cost savings? So if we buy this device here, how much less money are you going to have to spend in order to get these particular things done? So I understand what you're saying, and there are probably some other areas that we could use that particular analogy that you're talking about. In this particular case here, I disagree. Any other comments?
I was going to argue something else, but no.
I had a comment on 6. So for 6, we had under both those, and you might be able to give me some insight on this one. So we have under both those departments a large amount of money set aside for repairs and stuff. This was a consulting company that was brought in. With all of that money that we had set aside for the repairs, how come it didn't cover this in the one department?
This is Ben Fry's. He was hired to do the wastewater treatment plant. As part of the wastewater treatment plant, it was my judgment as manager that spending $16 million to do a brand new wastewater treatment plant, if we can't get the sewage to the plant in an efficient and effective manner, what's the point? So that's why I agreed to allow this to come forward. It was a kind of a new expense. It's not a repair and maintenance thing. It's a consulting thing. and it's about how we can move the sewage around to get it to the place we need to treat it.
It's not part of the renovation budget. It's actually a transmission. It's to contemplate new lines,
Right.
not repair of existing.
Right. And it's getting it to.
Okay, I'm tracking it. Yeah, so this is not repair of existing.
Yes.
This is rerouting of, that makes sense. That's why I wanted to
And how can we get it there in a better way?
To take advantage of the new plant once you have it, but it's lines that are not currently in the ground.
Okay, I'm in line with you on that one. Okay.
William, can you talk about number 4? Because Commissioner Cooley brought it up as well. I mean, $31,000 is a lot for Pell Parker for this environmental assessment, but could you please talk it through why it was necessary?
Yeah, you've been down there. You see what you're talking about an extremely sensitive environmental area. You have to have a specialist trim the mangrove trees. I mean, that's how sensitive an area is. All the soils, all the regulations, and this was, an expense we needed for Casey to keep us out of regulatory trouble and to deliver the project on time. And so it was one of those things where we needed this expertise to guide us because we have a deadline and a schedule to keep to get the reimbursement, but then we can't violate any environmental rules. So that's why this expense is there.
Commissioners, any other comments? Okay, I'll open this up for public comment. Anyone would like to come forward to speak to this particular item, please come forward, give your name and address. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
Motion to approve Resolution 2022-15.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Penny, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
No.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. Okay, and the motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to the next item.
Not unanimous.
I'm sorry.
4-1.
4.
Oh, did you say unanimous?
I'm sorry.
Motion carries 4-1.
Did I say that? I'm sorry.
You said unanimous, but it was 4-1.
Motion carries 4-1. Sorry, with Commissioner Cooley decline. Not only can I not see, I can't hear. Take my glasses off and put them on my ears.
It is almost unanimous.
Almost unanimous. Okay, the next item, please.
Ordinance number 2022-10, an ordinance of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 6, Article 5 of the Code of Ordinances to prohibit smoking in city-owned public parks and beaches, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Okay, this is a motion or a ordinance. I guess I brought it up the last meeting and asked for consensus for it to be brought back to the commission for consideration for passing and enacting within the city. A lot of this stems from a lot of our experiences on the beach and the parks, and also because the legislators gave us the ability to be able to pass this particular ordinance within the municipalities. From what I can tell, I don't think the county has any pleasure or desire to do anything of this nature, but we control most of the beach here in Flagler Beach, and all of us have personally been out on the beach to pick up cigarette butts and also be exposed to some of the secondhand smoke of individuals that choose to use the product. But at any rate, in consideration for the health of the people and our visitors, we brought it forward. So here we are. So we'd like to have any other discussion from it. Commissioner Cooling.
Well, you all know I never agree with about anything. But I'm going to say yes to this. Yes.
Any other comments?
I do. I agree with it. I think it's great. There's nothing worse than standing under the A-frame at the pier and being smoked out by a bunch of cigarettes in the morning while you're trying to host a beach cleanup. But my biggest question is...
To do a beach cleanup, to clean up their cigarette butts.
Yes. I'm literally watching them, people smoke, drop cigarettes, and then another person come behind them to clean up. But can't fix stupid. how are we going to enforce this, and are we even going to make an attempt to enforce it? That's my biggest question on this. We have lots of rules in this city, that's all we have are rules. We don't have enforcement.
Chief has the same amount of people as he had in 2005? 2015? Five. I had it right the first time.
So, and I was thinking about that statement as I'm making this one. So if we're going to struggle to enforce it, how are we going to publicize it and hope that the people just don't have a mentality of it's a free country and I'll do what I want?
Turn Linda P. loose on. She has a taser. Yeah.
I thought about this when I first thought about actually introducing it or bringing it up here for consideration. But then again, I thought about, we had the same ordinance for littering in the city. You know, and we don't really have police officers or, you know, people going around saying you have to pick up. So a lot of it is from the fact that you have peer pressure and also pure consideration and the respect of the law itself. So a lot of it is going to be educational, as far as I can tell, and hopefully the word gets out, and there's always going to be someone that's going to throw McDonald's bags on the street. There's always going to be people that are going to smoke where they're not supposed to smoke. And I'm sure that there will be some issues with enforcement, but I think that as we start another campaign of education that Flagler Beach is smoke-free, that people start to get the word, and to some degree it's just like anything else. Peer pressure helps.
We can see what San Francisco did. Their streets are smoke-free.
Chairman?
Yes.
So this isn't going to solve the problem, right?
No, it's not going to solve the problem. It help discourage it.
But you have to have a starting point. Mm-hmm. And the starting point needs to be a rule that gets followed. So the way I look at it is this is our starting point. You know, you have to start with the rule. And, you know, obviously we can't expect our police department to be running around handing out a bunch of tickets, but we put the structure in place to get this started. And that's what I kind of look at this ordinance as. This is the rule to start. And then this is your first step forward. And then from there, later, we kind of start figuring out, all right, how do we get our arms around this?
Yeah, another way of saying that, I think, is we can't say anything to people about an ordinance if we don't have an ordinance.
Right.
So,
yeah, you put some education behind it. You put a little bit, not marketing, but awareness, you know, some campaigning around it. You know, our beaches are not ashtrays, you know. Our tourism department, this is actually a tourism angle. Do you want a beach that looks like some of our neighboring beaches that, I won't mention any names, Daytona, you know, do you want that, or do you want a environmentally friendly green beach that we respect and take care of? And so there's a marketing angle, there's an awareness angle, but it all starts with this.
Yeah, and here again, I think it goes, you know, in concert with many of our other ordinances. You know, we've been talking about not parking on the dunes, you know, and the chief talks about not parking in the wrong direction. So there's a number of these kinds of things that we're talking. I'll give you an opportunity to speak in a minute. But what we're doing, I think, is taking the first step, and hopefully we can get some success from it.
I hope so.
Commissioner Miller.
okay, I'm great with that particular, which is what we're supposed to be voting on. However, I read the rest of, I guess we haven't looked at this whole ordinance in a very long time, and Drew's aware of my concerns. Number 18 talks about selling stuff on the beach, and we had brought that up one time before, and it says right here you can't do it.
Right.
And there's one about fires on the beach, and it doesn't say anything about needing a permit or limiting the times of the year when fires are allowed on the beach. And it says that you can't have alcohol on the beach, and we do allow alcohol on the beach.
Not legal, do we?
Yeah, I thought we do.
Yeah, we allow it.
Yeah, there's not a state law. You didn't have the same restriction on local action on alcohol. For some reason, we never ended up with the same state action on alcohol that we did with tobacco.
Right.
But so it's still completely within our jurisdiction.
Is this an opportunity to address the...
But as to the other, and the vendor, if I can ask, the sales are not occurring in Flagler Beach, though. I think that's where that one is distinguished.
Expose or offer for sale.
Right, but the sale is not occurring here, is the point that I'm making.
Expose. Show me. I read it that it says you can't.
I read that exposed there not to mean, because again, this is the conversation we had. I didn't realize when your email that this was when the vendor, you said there was a vendor, I thought it meant vending on our beach. Exposed does not mean it has a brand on it or anything else, because otherwise, everybody who brings a Yeti cooler onto the beach, we have a problem. So exposed is going to be more of the offer for sale. So I think if we're talking about the sales that are occurring off-site, somewhere in some other jurisdiction, bringing something that has been rented onto the beach, I don't think that trips 18. So that helps at all.
It says you can't put any stand, cart, or vehicle for the transportation, sale, or display of.
Right, but that means if I'm bringing my wares out and displaying them on the beach so you can come up to my stand and rent my wares. Not that I rented wares that have my name on it in Palm Coast and you brought it and set it up in Flagler Beach.
I'm going to lose this argument.
Yeah, yes you are, but we can have it as many times as you want to.
I want to keep trying. I don't want those things.
You're trying to argue.
But sorry, I interrupted. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't realize when we spoke earlier that was the same situation you were worried about there. I didn't realize that, so I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misleading you somehow.
I'll find some other way. And number 26.
She's going to find a misspelled word.
But there were two misspelled words that I failed to exhibit upon request by city personnel a valid authorization issued. I don't know what that's talking about.
No idea. Yeah, my suggestion would be strike it.
Okay. So we can vote on that one part today. There were two misspellings, by the way.
I have them.
Okay.
What do we be voting on, like, as
Okay, we'll vote on what's on the agenda for tonight, and then if everybody's in agreement to have Drew.
I'll bring back another ordinance, because otherwise I'd have to change the title, since that's going beyond what the title is, and this way it lets you get this ban in place quicker, so I'll just go ahead and do those others in a separate ordinance. It would have been...
Vendors?
26.
18.
That's it. 18 stayed the same, but it was...
But I don't want it to.
Well, you didn't have a problem with the language, you had a problem with the application. I'm sorry, it was...
19, 20.
And now I've lost them.
I don't want them struck, I want them...
The numbering is incorrect.
Yes.
Sorry. I want 19 amended.
You had 19 for fires, and then 20 to strike?
Yeah, if everybody's in agreement with that.
I didn't understand that.
So what's happening here is you've got two different sections here, and one's talking about the beach, and one's talking about parks.
So maybe just labeling that.
Do we want to say no alcohol in the parks?
It says no alcohol in the parks. She's saying we allow drinking on the beach, which we do. We don't allow people to sell it there, but
Right.
you can consume it.
So we can amend 20 to say possess or consume alcoholic beverages in parks, not including the beach.
Because the introduction says these are all things that can't be done in a public park or recreation area.
And the beach is a recreation area, and there's some, just because over time, as we've talked about before, different codes get adopted, so you do have parks and recreation areas generally, which encompasses the beach, and you do have specific sections regarding the beach, but I don't think there's actually, I looked when because I had the thought after the comments came, and I did not see in the beach section where it actually allowed alcoholic beverages on the beach.
Well, that's just it. That portion, there's one section of the code tells you what you can do.
It doesn't prohibit it on the beach specific, but the beach is a recreational area, so it is also included here. So I've got it. I can fix that. And then the other was the dead end language, just the ballot authorization at line 156, which can just come out.
So, okay,
James, go ahead.
This is, I guess, back onto the initial line item here, 21. We mentioned tobacco burning products. Do we need to include, marijuana as well? Because that is a, people do get medical marijuana cards. Who knows, in the future, marijuana may become legal. And so I don't know if we want to include that in there. I mean, not to say that, I'm sure people smoke pot on the beach, but do we need to include that in this?
Smoke of any products.
What about?
Yeah.
Right, because it's just saying tobacco products. It's not, because I know, again, if you have one of these people that are, well, I wasn't smoking a tobacco product on the beach. I was smoking medical marijuana. I mean, I'm not trying to poke holes in this, but I wasn't sure if we need to encompass that in the ordinance.
I would love to, but I am working specifically within the language that the statute authorized. So that's why I pulled this directly from. And I know there are jurisdictions that have dealt with vaping, and I'm not sure on the medical marijuana or the marijuana generally if they've moved away from tobacco. But because the legislative language was specific to tobacco, for now I've tracked it. So I'll look at some others and see if there's any bright ideas, but said I had the thought on vaping and I avoided it for that reason, is because the authorizing legislation says tobacco products.
Right, and I thought
because that was the debate that was going on. And again, if you ever have a constituent who you're trying to help understand how powerful certain lobbies are in this state, just show them this legislation or this ordinance where we have to exempt out unfiltered cigars,
Right.
because a certain lobby made sure that their product was protected from this.
And the theory was, well, they don't have a butt. It burns all the way to the end and goes away.
Sure.
They were
But so does
hyper-focused
the
on
joint.
tobacco.
Just saying.
So I suspect that, your point is very well, it's a very valid point, but the legislature was focused on tobacco and cigarette butts. And so that's the language that they put into their legislation.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you.
So
No, it doesn't, but it does.
That way we stay under the umbrella
Yeah.
of the Florida statute authorizing you the ability to pass this.
but if that ever passed, we could always come back and amend it.
Yes.
Absolutely. Or if we find other jurisdictions are getting away with it, then maybe we do it the same thing for the same reason. But for now, I was erring on the side of caution, this being very new legislation.
Yeah, because up in Tallahassee, this was a big, huge debate, and there's a lot of people that fought long and hard to even allow us the authorization to do this. So staying within the tent, I think, is important.
I think it's important to stay under that whole umbrella. Again, in ordinances can always be changed, and again, it's that whole first step mentality. If the state says this is the direction we're going, then we just go right in line with it on this particular thing, and then you're playing it safe and doesn't go bad on you.
And for what it's worth, as I have a second to catch up with my brain, if it is medical marijuana, you're not allowed, if you have your card, you're not allowed to smoke that in public anyway. So if somebody is smoking medical marijuana on the beach, they're violating a different law.
That's right. They're not allowed to.
Okay, can I open up for public comment? I think I have a lot.
Bruno, 2740, just a couple of things. That means First Fridays too, right? No smoking at First Fridays. Park, so that I think could be enforced, right?
That's been in place for a while.
Right, okay. The second thing is, I think I love the idea, but the biggest thing is you gotta have a bunch of Karens on the beach fighting now. Put the cigarette out. Put the cigarette out. That's the way people act. They think they're their own police department. So I think that's the biggest issue you gotta have, is that Matt's gonna get a phone call that there's some, disorderly public down there. And maybe 7-Eleven shouldn't sell cigarettes.
Smoking only in the ocean.
Trust me, there is no money in it for me. I would just assume get rid of it.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Brian Ford, 1617 North Ocean Shore. I agree. My biggie is you go anywhere north of 12th on a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday night. Yeah, usually there's a large group of folks, and they're basically smoking pot. And I go out on in front of my place, and it's it's got a very distinct odor, all right? I mean, for what it's worth, the cigarette smokers seem to be kind of solitary. The cigar smokers never see more than 2 of them at a time. But man, pot smokers seem to they just commune up and just really kind of, take over a spot on the beach and just go nuts. So where are they? I'm telling you, north of 12th. North of 12th, usually around sunset. Stay away from the beach.
You're gonna get caught too? You think you had a parking problem before?
Well, there you go. That's part of the reason why 16th North is so popular, I guess. I don't know. But,
Get a second
but no, yeah, this is, thank you. If you could do this, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I think we just have, this is first reading, and we have direction to come back to the next meeting.
Motion to approve on first reading, though.
As amended.
As amended.
So I have a motion?
Yes. Motion to approve ordinance 2022-10 as amended.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please call the roll. Penny?
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, and we do have a unanimous
Yes.
this time.
Do we need to vote to have you look?
I collected that. I got a consensus on that one, and I was just going to remind everybody. So the as amended on that was the typos that Commissioner Mealy has already let Penny know, and Penny has let me know, so I will fix those. The other rules relating to other subjects will still be a separate ordinance, because I have to work within the title of this one, which was specific to smoking. So yes, I have that consensus to do that also, so I'll bring that.
Thank you, Drew, for drafting that, and thanks, commissioners, for the support. Just for the record, some of you probably know I was out collecting cigarette butts from the receptacles a couple of days ago. And I racked up with what I did 3 weeks ago, and a couple of days ago, I got probably close to 20,000 cigarette butts and about 3.5 5-gallon buckets, which I will wrap up several times in order to put in a box to mail off to New Jersey to be recycled into some type of a plastic product. So it's that many cigarette butts that didn't go into the environment, into the water and this kind of thing here.
Hope you're not keeping that in your garage.
I was thinking, it still went into their lungs.
No. Those things stink so bad. I actually have to put a top on top of the 5-gallon bucket just to transport them to the house. They're pretty bad. But anyway, staff reports.
Sorry.
Penny, you had your hand up. Did you have?
I'm sorry.
The last item.
Did you want to bring that back for the third? Well, I'm looking at the newspaper here no longer will run a legal ad for me on Saturday.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking maybe the 27th.
You've got an extra week this month, because we have an extra week next week. Yeah. I'm good. I can work with that.
All right.
Thank you for that, Drew.
Okay, Drew, you have staff reports?
Just very briefly, you all saw, I think, the Flagler Golf Management counterclaim that we were expecting.
Yeah.
So that's been filed. We do have our hearing to dismiss their deck action that they filed in circuit court before we filed the eviction. That's the second week, I think, of October. And with that now out there, because it does exceed, as they told us it was going to exceed the jurisdictional limit of the county court, I'm sure that we're going to have to figure out how to get that into the circuit court, so that may just wind up being another issue we discuss with the circuit judge, which is Perkins. So we will see how things play in front of Perkins. We have not been to him in front of him on this matter yet, so we will see. I think, as I may have mentioned at the last meeting, I'm not heartbroken over moving to circuit court, because circuit court with an even more congested docket, they tend to have less patience. So maybe that will help, actually, as long as we can keep getting hearing time, start the process moving forward. We'll be working on the answer to that counterclaim next week. I'll be out of town, but Jacob's working on it, and we'll have it ready to file. I'll be back in town on Friday, probably be filing the answer to that on next Friday.
Great.
Okay. And that's all I have. Any questions? Thank you.
Nope. Mr. Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under my report tonight, there was an item in your package about the centennial celebration, and I think you had wanted me to bring that up as a topic, so I'll kind of turn that over to you, but I put the memo in the packet that kind of summarized what the group had met and discussed prior, but if you have additional direction, then we're all ears.
Okay. I spoke to Mr. Whitson about the Centennial, and I've spoken to a couple of other people. I see Kathy is still here tonight, and I'm sorry.
Patty.
And Patty, yeah. And I hate to be a pain in the butt, but I feel a little passionate about the Centennial, even though I'm not from Flagler Beach. A lot of folks are, and we got Susie, her family's been here for probably 200 years. Not Susie, but her family. And I think it's very important, but I also think, having gone through the bicentennial in St. Augustine, it took years of planning. And I think that it's important that we get some clear direction from the commission here as to what we need to direct our city manager and others to do as far as moving forward on a Centennial. I know that there's some seed money there. I have no idea how much it is. But when I look at the Centennial personally, and I just want input from you guys as well, and I've talked to Amy from the Tourist Development Council. I talked to some people from Palm Coast. I talked to one of the farmers that represent the Lynch family. They're farmers. They've been here in the area for a long time as well. Historians. I've talked to Karen. And I think that we just need to probably have one big meeting to get all the stakeholders there. This is just my opinion now. I'm trying to get some input here. And we're talking about bringing in the Cultural Council, the Flagler Creates, FB3, and, all of these entities that probably will participate in the Centennial. And the question that I have is, do we want this to be a 6-month thing, a 12-month thing? Do you want to work up to the grand event itself? One of the things I see in here is we talked about, and they talked about at the meeting, was, a time capsule. What kinds of things are going to be included in a time capsule? What organization or what group of people are going to be there? So I'm talking about a large committee, but we're also talking about a chairperson and a vice chair that can keep this thing moving. And also, are we talking about getting sponsors, corporate sponsors, to help with the Centennial itself? So I guess what I'm saying is, in the grand scheme of things, how big or small do you want it? Do you just want to have a parade, a birthday cake, cut the cake, and everybody go home? Or, to what degree do you want to do it? I mean, I have some ideas on my own, but I think it's important that we in the community participate in this Centennial, because this time is going to fly fast, and it takes time to put these things together. We're talking about, historic monuments and historic sites around the city itself. What is the history of some of these folks, the places that exist, some of the places that no longer exist? Do you want to have a map that highlights this is where the place used to be? Do you want to have a particular, I talked to the guys at Coquina Brewery. They said, yeah, we'd like to have a special Centennial beer that we're going to put together. And some other folks said, in the restaurants, we'd like to have a Centennial dish. So, there's a lot of moving parts to this thing here, and it's going to take some planning, but it also takes everyone's participation, and it's going to take money. But I think that corporate entities out there would love to be involved with what's going on in Flagler Beach. So that's where I wanted to bring this out.
Are you a good beggar?
A good beggar?
Yeah.
I can beg. I don't mind begging.
Can I make a comment?
Special wine.
Special wine. Only sold at your...
Do you mind if I talk?
No, go right ahead.
Okay, I know that there's a lot of work that has to be done, but we just keep talking in circles. We need somebody to take the lead. Does it make sense to have our mayor take that lead because she's the face of our city? Now, I don't mean to have our mayor do everything, obviously, but have our mayor potentially create this committee of FB3, Flagler, creates everybody that you had just mentioned, because we need somebody to take the lead, and we keep talking about who that person is going to be. Now, I don't want to throw you under the bus.
I'm going to say
but
no.
Okay.
But
that's why I wanted to talk about it.
Well, I mean, you know,
somebody.
I think the face of the mayor is good. I mean, I'll help. I don't mind being there to help, but I think that
we might have a new mayor by the time this rolls around.
that's why it's important to have a
Mayor, we need a commissioner. Things could change.
Oh, my term ends during this, and then we have another election.
Now you're running again. You'll be good.
Then I think we need a group, an established organization.
Right.
I was thinking FB3. Because it's going to be the businesses that are going to be the sponsors. And if each business took an event and ran a different event, you have, you know, I love the Meyers. We'll use Debbie and Jeff Meyer. They run a bike parade, something that's small, and we ask them to each handle it. But a big, large group would be, I think, better than a single person like myself.
No, I wasn't saying that you should be like the single person, but
Right.
just get this thing started.
Start pulling everything together. Pulling the stakeholders together.
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sherman.
I was going to take the approach, like, you know, maybe, you know, not to put the mayor out there, but divide and conquer between us here on the you know, up here on the board, and maybe, you know, have a chair, and then, you know, say, hey, you know, maybe it's, you know, I don't know, one of us that has good relations with the local businesses, you know, handle that one front. We all divide and conquer, and then come together when, you know, as we plan this thing, because I think I would like to see a nice celebration to celebrate this city, and I think we need to be celebrated. I mean, we're us and Benell are really the two founding communities of this county. You know, that's my thought.
So go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner Kelly.
I would suggest that we do like what we just did with the 4th of July. We, you know, authorize a committee to be formed of citizens, like we had our 4th of July committee, the same exact style thing, because this is a multi-year commitment. It's too much for us to handle, because we might not be elected officials when this comes around.
Sure.
And it's also too much for FB3 to handle because of the multi-year commitment. But a committee can have, you know, your core, and then seats. Even if seats change, the committee continues to march forward. And it falls under the, you know, the structure and the umbrella, and you, like, it would be the same thing where each of us suggest names, you know, one for each of us or something to get that started. It's just the same exact structure as like a 4th of July committee, if that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense, and I mean, this is kind of what I had envisioned, and I. You know, we're talking about the mayor because the mayor, you have a lot of connections as far as people in the community. And I'm talking about just saying, okay, we're going to have a meeting of the centennial. We're going to have a major centennial meeting, and we'd like for all of the stakeholders to come. And this would be the FB3, it would be the museum, it would be the cultural council, the tourist development council. Anyone and everyone that's interested in the centennial could attend this meeting.
Well,
and some of the things,
mayor was on 4th of July.
Right, and then those are the things that we're talking about right now. We said, okay, with this group of people we have here, we need a chairman and a vice chairman, because all of us, you know, we could be gone, but Centennial's going to keep coming. And it could be 2 years or 3 years, or whatever it is, but that whole group of entities there and stakeholders will continue. Do you want individuals to be part of the committee that's going to look for corporate sponsors, Pepsi-Cola? I'm talking about big sponsors. You know, we're talking about getting out there and getting folks that's going to help with Flagler Beach, because Flagler Beach is popular. You get it out there, you develop a website, you put the website out there, you get a theme, you know, you develop pens, stickers, whatever. I mean, they're unlimited.
To be the chair.
Me too. I'm like, your vision's so big. I grew up going to Benell Centennial, where we had a cake, we did a bike parade around Lake Lucille.
And these are just things that I'm just thinking about.
Threw some stuff in the pond.
But I think once we have the group meeting, it could be here or wherever, and you start getting individuals in and you get them involved and you get them excited about what's going on, then you can get a chairman and a vice chairman, and then we can start identifying particular committees, subcommittees that can start pulling the whole thing together.
Right, and then we can decide whether we want this big grandiose
Exactly.
party over multiple months, or we want just cake and coffee
I think we should start then how we started the 4th of July ad hoc committee. Each of us brought up a resident and we nominated, and at least that gets a meeting with that resident. They're not committed, but at least they can bring someone else to the table and get something started.
Hey, 4th of July was set up with numerous key residents that were relevant to the subject matter, and then we had ex officios, we had city administration that was semi-involved. And that's done, correct me if I'm wrong, Drew, that's done by ordinance, or is it resolution?
Resolution usually is how you set up committees, and so one thing to consider, and I don't want to add it, it just adds another layer of confusion, but keep in mind sunshine law, so you'd be creating a sunshine board, but if you delegated to that board the ability to create working groups that were not making recommendations but were fact-finding groups, those would not be subject to sunshine. So I'm kind of trying to take in everything you guys are saying, and I think Mr. Whitson and I are putting together some ideas on how we can create a body that would accomplish what y'all are all talking about.
Well, the committee you kind of look at as the big head ideas, the mastermind. Then you would have task focus groups to handle those ideas. But we have to get a group together to vet all the big head ideas, the concepts, to get the bones and the structure of it together. And then from there, you're going to get the nuts and bolts going with these other groups.
Exactly.
Instead of each of us picking somebody, could we ask Matt to put something out there that we're starting to plan? And
along with.
Just ask,
sure,
who's interested in doing this?
Well, what we can do then is, if Drew and William can put together the structure that we're looking for, and then we can identify a particular time when we would like to have the first meeting of stakeholders, then it gives people enough time to prepare for it. And, we got to keep in mind that the holidays and things are coming. Excuse me, so I think it's going to have to be sooner than later, but at least we can get something going and get some groundwork laid in order to start moving in the right direction.
I just had a question too. I know it was mentioned previously about cities have done something significant during their centennial. So would that be something actionable that we as a, as the board here would want to look into, or would that be something we would want to task that group with too? Because I know, I can't remember when it was mentioned, but for the centennials, there was something brought up, that a city did, the government took action on. And
we're going to cut the ribbon on a pier. I think that's pretty big.
Do you think, well, I did ask that question, are we going to have that pier done? And you're right, that would be a fantastic centennial piece to have our newly built pier. If not, is there another?
It will be close. It will be close. The pier schedule right now is the latter part of 25 and the first quarter of 26. So it's possible, depending on how certain things fall.
Walt Disney's been celebrating their 50th anniversary for 3 years now, so I think that's definitely spot on. You're well within the time frame.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Good.
When would we want to
Public like to provide some input at this point?
Summary, do you want me to summarize, or y'all want
to? Okay, well, wait for public comment, and then I'll...
I don't know if Karen was raising her hand or not.
Well, since we're on this item...
Well, Karen was raising her hand to volunteer to run it.
No, please.
Karen said no.
Kathy Wilcox, Director of the Flagler Beach Historical Museum. Back in May, we had an initial meeting of a few people just to brainstorm and figure out what was going to happen next. I was tasked with the job of coming up with a presentation write-up, whatever you want to call it, to present to y'all on what the thought process was. That has been emailed to all of you back in June, so I really don't want to readdress all of that. But you're heading down the right direction. This is exactly what we were looking for. It is how the 90th anniversary and the 75th anniversary was performed. It was, I won't call it city-led, but it was under the guise of the city. And Ken is definitely not asking you, Mayor, to lead the group. But it was somebody has to take the lead to invite all these stakeholders, as Ken calls them. You bring all those stakeholders into a room, and then you select your chair. You select your groups as to who's good at fundraising, who's good at history, who's good at whatever. So we finally have gotten to that point this evening, and I can't tell you how glad I am, because now we can move forward. And the museum is here to help in any way that we can. We have said that from the very beginning. We are going to sit at that table, and I just thank you for finally getting this taken care of.
So you guys are good with the history?
We are good with history. So, yeah.
All right, Kathy, you said Patty was going to run all this, right?
She said that's why I came.
Yeah, that's right. You know, no, Patty's on our board of directors, so, I mean, she'll be having to step down here October 1st, but she's well aware of what's been going on, so there is no Kathy said this and Kathy said that. And I'm not going anywhere. We're going to work together, and I'm going to help in any way that I can. But this is what the vision of our board of directors is that exactly what just happened here. So, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, unless there's other comments, since this is my report, I was going to just summarize that Drew and I can come up with a kind of a committee structure, for lack of better terms, and then I could put together, a memo and a schedule, and then we can, have somebody step up and, invite the stakeholders and get this party started. So that's kind of what I'm taking from the discussion, if that
Mary
sounds
just
right.
nodded that she would be willing to step forward and help pull the stakeholders together, and
We can just have a big meeting, invite everyone. I do think that if each person here invited who they believe is a stakeholder, because we all know different people.
Yeah. Sure.
And we ask the public.
Just give me that feedback and I'll incorporate it into the discussion with Drew. Yeah.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, thank you. So just a few other quick items. I've got one eyeball on watching the city and managing day-to-day operations, and the other eyeball's trained to the tropics, and Matt and I have been watching all of that, and so hopefully, no need to do anything further, but we are mindful of that and wary of that, and we'll be letting you know if anything further needs to develop on that front.
Thanks for the reports that you sent out on email too, Matt. They're very helpful.
Yeah, it's starting tomorrow to kind of watch, so. Also, just wanted to let you know that apologies to a lot of our water customers. There's a lot of changes happening in the city. We got new meters going in. We have people retiring, new crews being formed, new leadership being formed, supply chain challenges, contractor challenges. I mean, it's just, we've had multiple water leaks this past week. It's been just a real, frankly, chore. But we're still standing, we're still going, and it'll get better. And I just wanted to let you know that we're trying to monitor those things. And there will be future reports coming on some of these larger projects as we wrap projects up and as we start projects. So we'll definitely keep you in mind. Schedule real quick. I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but Powell Parker ribbon cutting on 5 October with the rain date of October 6th. State of the City on the 19th at 6 o'clock. And the Citizens Academy coming up on the 26th of October. So October is pretty packed. Which leads me to comment. We had talked about priorities in the project list and how to kind of coordinate all of that. And we say we're going to have a separate workshop. So I'm going to throw a couple of dates on the table for you to think about. The 10th of November, which is one commission meeting in November, is November 10. So we could do a special workshop before then if you wanted. Or the following week is the 17th, and it's still not getting into Thanksgiving. So just those are a couple of dates if you wanted to have that discussion, and I wanted to know if you had any direction on that.
I would prefer to do it on the day of a meeting since we're already committing ourselves for that afternoon.
I'm good with that as well.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
All right, good. All right, so we'll schedule that, Penny. And then just a quick note.
One question. How long before the meeting are you talking?
About an hour.
Oh, okay.
Unless you want longer.
I was concerned it was going to be a lot longer, so I'm good with an hour.
Yeah, I'm going to bring back some structure for you to think of. Now, you may toss it and say, let's start over, but I'll bring you some ideas to work with, and then, you can use that hour to handle it how you see fit.
And the subject is?
The subject is the priority list.
That's what I thought.
And where things rank and how you want to proceed. Yes.
Okay.
All right. And that was per the last discussion we had on that.
Yeah, I somehow the word, I didn't hear it.
Okay, got it. All right, and the last item on my report real quick is I'm just so tickled that you authorized as part of the ARPA plan the business mini grant program. You already approved the budget amendment for all of the funds, and guess what? We already have more applications than we have money for. So it was phenomenal. We had some workshops, everybody dug into it. Now, how that shakes out in the actual awards, I don't know. We got to get into all that. That's the initial, hey, what do you want? So I just thought I would report that, and obviously as we go forward and make grant awards, we will keep you posted on that, and we probably need to have some, there'll be 2 stages to that, the actual announcement of the grant award for whatever project, but since it's a reimbursable grant like the CRA, they will have to go do the project, come back, present all the receipts and get clearance and everything before they get their check. And when they get the check, that's when I'd like to have some photo ops with you all, because you authorized the whole program. And I just wanted to let you know what a phenomenal response we've already received.
Yeah, the Women's Club applied for some money, and we had to have an emergency on the phone board meeting because Mary Laug was like, there's all these people that are applying, and if we don't get it in, we'll be too late. So on a Sunday, we spent Sunday, but we got it in.
So that's my report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Police Chief.
I'll be doing police and fire, so on behalf of Chief Pace, he wants to thank the commission for approving the budget. He wanted me to relay that to y'all. I wish Mr. Ford would have hung around. As Drew knows, if you're down on the beach and you're handing marijuana to multiple people, that's distribution. It's actually known as joint possession. I was kind of tongue-in-cheek. I didn't get a chance to tell it to Brian before he left, but I thought it was pretty funny. I think when it comes to the advertising of the ordinance, once it does take place, if you listen when y'all approved it, you could hear Terry Williams screaming Yahoo. Terry Williams is going to be the biggest advocate for that, so I think she's going to bring a lot to the table when it comes to educating the public, getting, the SWAT team students working against tobacco. So I'm sure I'll talk to Terry tomorrow. If she doesn't call me, I'll reach out to her. Right. There'll probably be a message when I get back. When it comes to the Centennial, I had an idea, use technology to our best benefit, maybe like we did for the strategic plan. Ask the citizens with an online survey, what is it that they want? Sure. You'd be surprised sometimes. They may tell you they want certain things that we may not even think about. And then go, and always in the interest of transparency, ask them what they want. And then the last one that I wanted to bring up, we had a proclamation earlier tonight about suicide prevention. Eric, it took a lot of courage for you to say what you said, because I know that was a really, really tough day for you.
Yeah, it was hard to get out.
And I didn't mean to address you by your first name, Commissioner, but it was hard to get out. Back in July of this year, the FCC pushed really, really hard for a long time to go away from 1-800 number for suicide hotline. Now we have 988. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. I had the opportunity today to go to Flagler Oars, and if y'all don't know Pam at Flagler Oars, I got a chance to talk to women in recovery today about struggles. And one thing I know as a police chief, that everybody in this world has struggles. You just don't know what they are, right? Whether it's addiction or whether it's personal problems or financial problems. Everybody needs help. And I told those ladies today, the biggest thing you need when it comes to asking for help is courage, the courage to ask for help. Do not forget 988. It's a lifesaver. So if you look at the FCC's website, and just in 2020 alone, in the United States, 1 suicidal death every 11 minutes in this country. In the age group of, sorry, I got to put my glasses on because I'm getting a little emotional. For people aged 10 to 34, 10 years old to 34, suicide is the leading cause of death in this country. That's unacceptable. So for those that are watching on YouTube, if you need help, reach out to somebody. And if you can't remember the number, 988. That's all I got.
Question, Chief. I thought I might have saw a post about 988 on your page, right?
I did. I've done a couple, and I've got another one coming out as well. So you'll probably see one about every month, because that's a topic that, it's that when you throw that rock in that calm water, the ripples. The suicide's one thing. It's all the people that you touch, and I don't think that's something that we can just not talk about. So talking about it's okay. It's okay to talk about it because it affects so many different people. I'm sure everybody in this room knows somebody that committed suicide. So I'll continue to advertise it on social media. I'll continue to be an advocate for it, and whatever speaking engagement I can do to bring about awareness for it, I will do it. So just remember 988. It took Congress a long time to get that passed, and now that it's come to fruition, it's a long time coming. So I only need to make one phone call, 988.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Penny?
Yes, just that you will have another budget amendment coming forth for Pal Parker, but this is a good one. This is to recognize revenue. I turned in the paperwork today for the reimbursement for fine in the amount of $196,000.
We like those.
Like those.
That's it.
Start with the mayor.
Okay, this past Saturday was International Beach Cleanup, Coastal Cleanup, and I'd like to give a big thank you to all of our residents and volunteers that came out, and a big special thank you to Mayor Linda P. She's always out there every first Saturday, and it's truly appreciated, especially with this one because it's the one where we actually collect the data, so it's a little bit different than our monthly beach cleanups. We had some new groups out there. A lot of adults starting to rub off. We had more adults than children for the first time.
Yay.
Wow.
It was very exciting. We also had last week, the time goes by fast, the Board of Realtors sponsored their annual Meet the Mayors, and it had a great turnout, lots of good information.
I usually go, but I had to I had to be somewhere.
Lots of great information was shared, discussed the budget process, also shared about the state of the city, and very nicely done event. Then I have a list and I can't read my own handwriting. I wanted to praise I know the water department's getting a lot of calls and issues, but I was helping a resident that I help here in the city a lot, and they had a discrepancy with their water bill. It still isn't solved, but just a big thank you and commend Michelle and Maria for their patience, their hard work on working with telemetry. We were able to go down. You can see how many gallons per day your water, how much water usage you have, and then you can break it down by the hour. So this particular resident used 941 gallons in one day. We were trying to figure it out. We think it might be a toilet because the water's running every hour, 36 gallons, 37 gallons when they're sleeping. So hats off to the commission for approving that, and then also the girls in that department. And also, if you notice throughout the city in the first French drain going north to south, you'll notice that there's some red tape, and that's where we're doing the sample of the dune flowers in the French drains. So hopefully that will take and work, and then we'll see beautiful French drains with yellow dune flowers throughout the rest of the city. That's something that William and I are working hard on. I'm trying to make the city pretty. And then I did have a question. The last meeting, we had the gentleman that had the lien, and we gave 10,000, or it was a total of 10,000, and 2,000 went to the lifeguards, and I was just curious where that other 8,000 was going to be going. And I meant to ask it that night, but...
Just goes into general fund.
Okay. All right. And that's all I have.
Goes toward the centennial.
What's that? Oh, Matt's in it? You're in it too.
Commissioner Sherman.
So I have a few comments here to make. So I guess it was last week, Mr. Whitson and I had a very good meeting with Mr. Torino to maybe address some of the issues that were mentioned earlier on Oak Place. One of the points that we discussed was maybe putting in our 5-year plan is to, go out, make Oak Place a one-way alley. It's not a road, it's an alley. We've, got the clarification from Drew on some of those matters as well, and just looking at ways to help them. There is going to be future development on that portion of South Flagler. There are some vacant lots there to help those residents that live on that dirt alleyway, I should say, and have have Oak Place now go out onto South 18th. So, I don't know how many of you all are familiar with that road, but yeah, I mean, I'm down there almost daily with my little one, just walking her and stuff, because our alleyway kind of runs parallel with that, or connects essentially at 19th Street. But one of the proposals I was going to bring up that Mr. Whitson recommended is that we look at looking into that for our 5-year plan. One of the issues is, though, that Mr. Torino had mentioned were possibly being on wetlands there. So I think in the event of an emergency, having emergency vehicles being able to get onto that road, and also maybe with the post office, I don't know if that's going to, I don't want to get into that matter, but if the postmaster would be okay then to allow the residents to have their mailboxes there, and then they would be able to go down that road.
Isn't that a dead end?
It is a dead end now, but there is the, again, I'm not the planner, but I think there was the possibility there that we could loop it out onto South 18th there. Because there's some
Larry looked at it, and that's possible, so we could put that on our 5-year capital plan radar.
For me, I worked with some of the residents on that street a couple of years ago myself.
So that was the thought.
I was going to say, you can't make it one way without
having an exit.
Yeah. True. Either that, or they can only leave their house, but they can't come back.
Right. And then one of the other comments I was going to make is, with the holidays coming up, I had mentioned to Mr. Whitson, I'm not trying to volunteer us all, but maybe at the staff holiday party, maybe we can serve them their lunch or be there to just, thank our staff for their, I think sometimes, I'm away a lot. My ear's not as to the ground maybe as you guys, working down in Daytona, but I thought it would be an opportunity for myself to take a couple hours and, just thank our staff that, runs our day-to-day thing. So I don't know if anybody else would be interested in maybe, working with Mr. Whitson on that. that because, you know, the holidays are fastly approaching.
Well, yeah, the commission used to make the lunch.
Okay. I don't cook.
Don Deal made a roast pork that was like outstanding, and then everybody else would make stuff to go with it, and then we would serve it. I guess we're not interested in doing that, but it bothers me that for a staff luncheon, that staff does all the work to get the food and serve it.
I don't mind doing that. I think it'd be great, and the other opportunity is I fix pancakes for all the staff, and you're welcome to come and help me fix the pancakes if you want.
I can wash dishes.
That's one of the things.
Those are probably in the morning.
That was Drew's volunteering.
And then I was also glad to see the flower beds there, because one of the options I had mentioned maybe at when I was at the one group, I'm drawing a blank there, the Friends of A1A, was potentially having, you know, FDOT was okay with it, the gentleman there, of actually adopting I hate to say ditch, French drain. That was also something that was mentioned. And then I actually had I guess a question for you, Mayor. There was a comment made it was in the newspaper, and about the no borders between, I just had a question. It was Mayor Elfin, I think, that made the comment. I just wanted clarification if you knew. He just said about like having no borders between the cities, and I was just wondering if you knew what that was meant by.
I have no idea.
He did say he wanted to double his footprint.
Right. Well,
he's going west, all out near Matanzas Highway.
Okay, yeah, because I also heard a comment about a new frontier, and that frontier was also possibly coming our way, so.
Nope, that's all by Matanzas. Okay. There's near 95 up there, where there's the Sawmill Creek Plantation. The other side, they're building a flyover.
Okay.
On the other side of the railroad tracks way up there, that's where Palm Coast is.
Okay, yeah, I guess because some of my concerns were, I think that Chief had mentioned earlier about only having staff, from back to 2005, and as we probably all are aware of, there's now 416 units coming in right outside our city, and Drew gave me some clarification on a few things, but just some concerns I have that
we have to be
right. Yes, and so again, I think that screams again. So maybe that, having that meeting amongst the elected officials in the county at some time next fiscal year to start looking at some of these things, because I think development's, it's still coming, it's still growing, and different things. So
is it the will of this body for me to raise that with my colleagues and see if there is the appetite for a joint meeting among all the elected bodies?
And what would I'm not opposed to it. But Palm Coast isn't going to say we're trying to gobble up the whole county.
No, and I don't think that, but no, I think that maybe we all need to have agendas and maybe try to find more ways to collaboratively work together to, achieve some goals. I do have a few concerns with, I'll be careful what I say. I don't want things to be misconstrued, but
that's, not to interrupt, but that's kind of the purpose of the mayor's meetings that they do, is to do a lot of that. Maybe a possible suggestion would be any questions or concerns that this body has, we send with the mayor. I don't know how frequent the mayor's meetings are, but
quarterly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe because that's kind of the delegation, so to speak.
Okay.
Maybe before that meeting, Mayor, under comments, you could say, what do you all want me to bring to this meeting or something?
Yeah.
And then we could say, does David Alphen want to take over Flagler Beach?
Yeah.
I like getting along with everybody, but I don't want to lose our autonomy.
Right.
And sometimes if you act too friendly, I don't want to get in trouble here. But
understood. No, that's. I'll leave it at that. Then I'll just come with my comments to you then, Mayor. That's all I have.
Okay.
Mr. Phillips.
Thank you. Earlier this week, William, Penny, Bill, myself, who am I missing? And Tom walked through Pell Parker, and I think you guys are going to love it. It turned out really, really nice.
Awesome.
Not quite finished yet, but it will be finished by the time we have or by September 30th. I've talked to Ken about putting 3 cigarette receptacles out, one on the pier, and then one at the beginning of the boardwalk and one at the end of the boardwalk as well. So just FYI. And then also Randy Stapleford was there. He's our find representative.
Oh, did he show up?
Yeah, and he actually talked about how there's a lot more find money out there that we should be tapping into. So that's something we can, talk about at some point.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You just said put cigarette receptacles on the pier. Is the pier now no smoking?
No, she's talking about putting receptacles out there so that if there's anyone going out to the park and they have a cigarette with them, then they can dispose of it.
Oh, I was thinking this pier.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. There's actually.
Okay.
There are receptacles on the pier right now.
There's like a small, pier, fishing pier at Pell Parker.
Got it.
So we're going to put it
You said pier, I thought big pier, and I thought, well, we're not smoking over there anymore.
Yeah, there's some on the pier right now, and that was to discourage individuals from throwing their butts into the water.
Well, now we can trade them out for no
Right, and this
smoking.
piers on the water as well, so at some point maybe we can include that. Second thing is Moon Dance, October 6th, our museum event fundraiser. Tickets are still available, and just nod Kathy if tickets could be purchased at the door. Yes, okay, perfect, thank you. Cholula's band, they're fantastic, so I highly recommend tickets. And then lastly, Chief and I met with Laura Hackett and her wife about putting a stop sign at 8th Street on Central, and so we're working on having that accomplished over, I don't know when it'll be accomplished, but Chief's working on it. By October, okay. That's it.
That's great, and we had just approved an improvement for her outside.
Yes.
So that's
Yes,
great.
yes. Oh, I have one other thing, sorry.
I'm sorry.
One more thing. I just want to thank William and Chris Novak. Had a resident with a water issue in their house on South 15th. She had brown water for a couple of days, and William and Chris made some phone calls, and it's been rectified. And they're very appreciative. Thank you. That's it.
Commissioner Millie.
Okay, I'll talk fast.
I was going to say 7 years ago.
You can slap him.
Can I slap him?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the 9/11 event was really lovely, and we had a special taps player, so that was really great. Congressman Waltz's aide, whatever he is, Ernie, forgot his last name now, runs his office, I guess, is a veteran, a very ardent veteran, and he talked for way too long, but it was a very good speech. I participated or sat in on a monthly League of Cities webinar on strategic planning. I'm very proud to say I learned absolutely nothing because we did it exactly the way they said we should. So thought I would share that. And I attended the League of Cities Committee meeting on utilities and natural resources. Looks like once again our priority will be having to do with water. It is every year, something to do with water, except that, no, this past year it wasn't. This past year it was trees, cutting down trees, and PFAS, the horrible chemical that's in everything we have. There were two presentations, one from a commissioner from, I forgot what town, somewhere on the West Coast, and a guy from a water preservation organization, and they were emphasizing the importance of don't look at wastewater and potable water and stormwater separately. And it made perfect sense after their presentation to really think about the tie-in. Yes, you have to have separate plants for water and wastewater, but think about the impact that each of those systems has. So we tasked our leader, Rebecca O'Hara, to see if she could come up with a statement combining those two presentations. The other things we looked at was operator licensing. You know, we have trouble at our water plant and our wastewater plant getting operators. And if they come from another state, they can't work here without recertifying. one of the guys who did this very detailed presentation on water at the meeting worked in, I think it was Maryland. And he was really very informative and knew a lot. He can't work in Florida. There's something wrong with that. So we might look at that as well, getting the state to do some reciprocity with other states. And then one came up about enterprise fund transfers. I was surprised to find out that there are cities who raise their water rates and say we made this amount in excess and we'll transfer it to this general fund. Which, so it, yeah, oh my God, is right. I was like, now I know the city manager thinks it's a great idea. But makes, you can't raise your taxes beyond a certain amount. So you can raise your water bill forever and ever and then transfer the money. So I don't know if that's going to end up being one of the things we look at. I hope not. So that was that one. Then, I didn't talk much the last two meetings. This, I'm not going to talk about everything. The League is starting this new program called Local Voices Making Local Choices. I'm planning on having Scott Dudley, who's the head of, I think, all the legislative bodies in the League, and he's definitely the head of this, to come talk to the Citizens Academy. I don't think residents understand local control and what it means and how much we don't have. So I'm going to try and get us involved in this and try to have Scott Dudley come down.
Crowd's dwindling.
I don't know how many of you saw that our wonderful governor is cutting all kinds of taxes to help families. And on the surface, that sounds really great. But when we go to the state to ask for money, it's not going to be there. So that bothered me. And that's it.
That wasn't bad.
Well, she got another page.
No, I don't. These were other things that I talked to William about, but I got my answers.
Mr. Cooley.
A couple things. Want to thank Mayor Johnston and Mayor Linda P. for the beach cleanup. This was actually the first intercoastal cleanup that I've missed since I've lived here. I was under the weather. Shocker, you can hear it. But, wasn't able to go, wasn't advised to go. But big thanks to them for, keeping it going and always being there for the beach cleanups. Another round of thanks is going to be going to our police department. Is he in here? Yep, he's in the back there. The business was a victim of credit card skimmers. And this was a particular very high level of experience, and these weren't amateurs. The equipment they used was very good and high-end. The way they went about it was very good high-end, because, how do you get a credit card skimmer in a staff store that's open 24/7? And they used a combination of distraction and sleight of hand, and they were able to get it on the machine in front of 2 cashiers. That's how good they are. And it's not because the cashiers weren't doing their job. They were just really, really slick. But this is where the kudos come in. So this is one of the beauties of our police department is when it comes to cases, they are animals. They go after stuff. So we had, they didn't park in the store's lot, so we didn't have any car to get it on video. So then I call up neighboring businesses. And okay, well, they walked down this way. So I call the next business down. And do you have stuff? And they're like, oh, well, we already talked to the police and we saw them walking this way. So I call the next business down. Do you have this? Oh, yeah, the police already talked to us. And so they were already, I'm sitting here trying to track stuff down. And not one phone call did I make that the police hadn't already contacted them to get the video to try to locate what car they were driving. I have no idea where that ended up because it got so far down the street. I just was like, all right, well, the police clearly, I don't need to make 23 phone calls to be told the police already talked to these businesses about getting the car ID. But it's a testament to the work they put in. If this was another municipality, it's a credit card skimmer. They're going to be like, they might pursue it. They might not. Depends on what's going on. But, and we see this time and time again through the detective branch of our police department where they don't let things go. Whether it be a surfboard gets stolen, a bird gets lost, they're just all over it. And it's a good feeling because as a business owner and as a citizen, there's probably a little bit of processing that goes on. You're like, well, should I involve the police in my particular issue? And as a citizen, you might say, well, no, they're going to be like, well, this is a waste of our time. We're not going to pursue it or anything. But in the city of Flagler Beach, you want to get the police involved because usually what is something small leads to something much bigger. This particular group is all up and down Florida, and they're being looked at by the FBI. Mm-hmm. And all of that is found out by them taking what appears on the surface small cases and pursuing it. And it's just the tenacity. And this has been going on for years. And I get a high level of exposure to it because I constantly have citizens coming in the store, hey, this happened and this happened. And so you learn over time that all of these cases that you would think police wouldn't take serious, our police do. And it's super cool. So Matt, thank you for having that culture of bulldog and tenacity and taking things serious.
When you read the monthly reports or the weekly reports rather that we get, it shows how much they're involved. I mean, I know you personally.
Yeah, and that's built by a culture that comes from that guy.
And it's, the case that Commissioner Cooley's talking about, the skimming case, credit goes to where credit deserves to go. That was the patrol officers. Detective Vinci's off right now. So just because she's off, that doesn't mean the case is laid dormant. And I'm not a big believer in fair catching, where you just fair catch it and then just go, well, we'll just give it to Rosanna when she comes back. So Dylan Sylvester's the one that started that. Sergeant Yelvington, Officer Shear, that shift, they have taken that ball and run with it, and you're right. The tip of the spear on this case is going to want to be in small little Flagler Beach. But that case is being investigated by a Secret Service agent in Jacksonville along with the FBI. Wow. And the video surveillance that we were able to get from businesses in this community with phone calls, Kevin from The Anchor or Joey Bag of Donuts Jr. giving Bruce a call. Yeah, Matt, I can get you that video. And I could tell him, I know the time, I know the tag reader. And then wrapping that up with Sheriff Staley's Real-Time Crime Center, they do an incredible job. And it doesn't, if it's a lost bird, if it's a stolen coquina rock, right, the lost parrot yesterday, a stolen coquina rock from Betty Stefflick, or aluminum bleachers. It's the principle. You don't come into this town and do that and think you're going to get away with it. Because if you do it, we're going to catch you.
Yeah, I like the way the sheriff always ends his several times a day reports that he sends out with, these people come into Flagler County thinking they can get away with whatever they want to get away with, and they make a big mistake. So
they think we don't talk
from his office.
Whether it's Sheriff Staley, Chief Brandon, and Bunnell, and myself, it's all unified. Mm-hmm. So that whole thing, just goes beyond boundaries, because if bad guys don't believe in borders, why should we? So working together, working smart. So I appreciate the kudos, and that goes to them, not me.
That's all I got.
That's all you got? Okay, first of all, I'm sorry.
Say something?
Oh,
Just because she was.
staff report.
No, and I'm sorry.
You have an update on the Centennial?
No. I should have said this at the CRA board meeting, but October is the Florida Redevelopment Association conference. The CRA always makes sure that one of you goes along with me. Many years of me going, Jane usually was the one that went. I'm bringing it up to y'all. If there's one of you that wants to go, I need to know so that I can go ahead and register us, because I can do it until Monday.
Karen,
I can't do it past Monday.
when is it, Karen?
October 15th, I think it is. Jane, did you?
The 12th, 13th, 14th.
Where's it at?
At the Hilton in Daytona.
In Daytona.
I have to look at my calendar, maybe.
I can go on the 13th and 14th, but not on the 12th.
Karen, I'll respond back to you by tomorrow. I have my phone off.
Yeah, I think I had spoken to you about if we could share it.
Maybe we could do that. I don't know.
12th then. I'm sorry, I have to look at my calendar. So we just go there and then come home, kind of?
Well, you attend the sessions.
And then you come and go.
What everybody else is doing is huge. As a former CRA director, I highly recommend it.
Okay.
It's a great
fascinating what goes on.
I'll email you.
I just already committed to something else on the 12th.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to look at my calendar.
Well, the city itself is an FRA member, so whether I register myself and somebody else and you guys want to split it, I don't think there would be a problem, because we're all members.
Okay.
So
If you do 13, 14, I'll see if I can do 12. Unless somebody else wants to fight me for it. No?
I'm not in a fighting mood.
No, okay. I'll let you know by tomorrow, Karen, and I'll...
Thank you, and I apologize.
Okay, you got to apologize. Thank you. Any other staff? Before I move. No one left. Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank you, staff and everyone, for the birthday card and the cupcake and the balloon.
What willpower you
And the new
You sat
Corvette.
there and looked at that thing the whole time.
Is there a new Corvette coming too?
I just went and put the bow on it.
Okay. Anyway, thank you all. I really appreciate it. It's October 8th, and lucky to be going around the sun again.
Yeah. Oh, it's not till October 8th.
October 8th, 74. Big 74. Thank God I made it. Appreciate it. I've already covered cigarette butts. I'm not going to cover those again. I accompanied the city manager out to the park today. We have a monument that's coming.
Oh.
The other one that we approved over a year ago that someone actually donated is going to be placed out in the monument, not too far from the other one, in Veterans Park. So you said October, next month, or maybe next week?
Yeah, in the next 2 weeks. They
Next
said
2
they
weeks.
would come, and when they said it, we'll drape it, cover it until the Veterans Day ceremony.
Oh, great.
Okay, and while we're in Veterans Park, we have 3 entries for the fountain idea. One of them, as I mentioned before, came from one of the high schools. 2? 2 from the high school. Wow, and then we had...
The last one I sent you today was also from
Wow, that's awesome. So what we did, we were reaching out for ideas on a new fountain feature in Veterans Park, and we're starting to get some, so it's going to be pretty awesome. We have a donor already that's going to match whatever funds we can match. So once we get a particular design, then we can go out on a GoFundMe and start raising some money, and we have someone that's going to match as much as we can raise, so it's going to be awesome.
Oh,
so
wow.
I look forward to that. The plaques, we have 8 more plaques on their way. Those will be the last of the plaques, and we won't have any more space. I spoke to the mayor, and the mayor had come up with an idea of
possibly having some bricks in Veterans Park once we run out of benches. So that's going to be the next project that we can probably pursue and start working on. And the other thing that I have is the Centennial, which we already talked about, and that was fantastic, and that's all I have. So now I think we're going to go to public comment. So, okay, this is our second public comment for tonight. Anyone like to speak to the commissioners on anything that's not on the agenda, please come forward, give us your name and address.
Steve Daly. Real quick, I was trying to get an update on the sidewalk repair, 16th, 17th North. How do I get the, where it got broke by the people putting the roof on? And now that turtle season's almost done, I'm going to try to figure out how to help get someone to do a permit request to put the benches on 17th North walkover. And this shouldn't be this complicated, because I see a new one on 20th or 22nd, and someone private put benches on theirs. So it can't be hard to get a permit to put 2 benches on 17th North.
Did they have a permit?
I guess they did, because they're all there.
That doesn't mean they...
Doesn't mean that
We did one of them that was public, and one of them's private. Now,
I was told that I couldn't do it by DEP. They won't allow it.
I'm thinking I don't think the permit request is quite as cut and dry as we think it is, because I've talked to a couple of them there when you ask why they wouldn't or would. So we should be able to do one for the public access, I'm telling you. All right. They took away wood.
Why don't you, if Mr. Whitson is saying DEP is telling us no, and you think there's another way to do it, why don't you contact DEP yourself and say you want to do this?
I already offered Mr. Daly that. I gave him the phone number.
I called 2 people at DEP.
Name the people that told us no.
And now they didn't say no.
We haven't tried. In fact, I put the burden back on him, and I said he needed to get creative and think of a way to maybe somehow cantilever it without it expanding the 6-foot width. That is the issue.
Okay, so here's the question. I talked to 2 of them, and neither one of them said no. So if there's a permit request I have to fill out that we have that can come, I'll fill it out and try to win. I'm just telling you, I talked to 2 of them.
Okay. If you can get it done, we're not opposed to having benches. If you can get it done legally.
All right, we did it on a public one somehow.
Okay, what we're saying is we're not giving you permission to do anything illegally. What we're saying
I don't want to do it illegally. I'm just saying there's got to be a way to get the request through.
Okay, I'm not going to debate it with you tonight. Okay, what other comments did you have?
Okay. One of the picnic table things on the north side, and I was going to see the street number, 8th or 9th Street, has a wood platform. And I don't know if that's on the list to repair, because it's kind of worn out. The picnic table's worn out, and I think the platform's wood, because it's way different. No, I don't think it's concrete, because we sat there the other day, and the boards are worn. So I'll check and get the number and see which one it is, but it's just kind of worn out, so I didn't know if someone ever looked at it.
Okay.
And then real quick, you can win on the savings on the budget both ways, and this goes back to communication. If you say we had a budget, we saved $4,000, plus we bought something important like a police thing and put it in the news. I try to read the news things when I find out about all these other things happening, because I can't go to all the meetings either. But if there's a way to have a meeting and then give this information to the taxpayers, you could say, we saved X dollars on the budget, and some went to something important that we had to cut on the original budget request.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Little 27, just to follow up on that. When I built my house, I had an engineer and everybody draw up plans for a walkover, and it was all denied. You could have a walkover that's 4 foot wide. That was all they would allow. So just to let you know, I paid about $3,500 on all of that, and they both shot it down. Last comment is, got the budget now, so I think this city's in great shape. Thank you. The few people that want to argue with you every week, you can see they're here for 5 minutes and they leave, so don't let that bother you. And especially Mr. Facebook himself runs out of this place every day, so I told you many times, keep your head high, just do what you gotta do. All right, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Bruno. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Bruno.
Any other comments?
Just to say his comments about the dune walkover, a private entity, a homeowner can have 4 feet, and a public entity, the city is 6.
Yeah.
And the trouble with putting the benches on is that it makes it wider than 6 feet.
Even the cantilevered ones that we had before, where no pilings were added, nothing was added, they said that it created more shade onto the dune, which in turn didn't allow the dune plants to grow. So I told Mr. Daly, I said, even if it's just a small little corner, like an old lady shelf, that it's just enough that's inside the footprint. It's not hanging over something just for one person to sit, maybe one in each corner, but.
Yeah, you can put it on the 4 foot, but if you put a 2 foot bag, you only get 2 foot.
Well, but I told him, I said, you're going to have to talk to Mr. McFadden in regards to handicap, because I'm not up on the code for that, if that would block that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just told him, start thinking outside the box. Something eventually we'll have to give, or they'll get tired of us and say, here, go away.
Yeah, it's not only the DEP regulations, it's ADA, because we're public.
Okay, don't see any more comments. I'll bring it back to the board for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to
Yep.
Yep.
We are adjourned.
Yep. One more thing for you to throw out for me. Thank you.
I can't do the 12th and go into that firefighter thing.